Go. Now we are back at it. We are rolling on. We are going to be loading in immediately. And we are going to see about what we do, how we do it, where we do it. Welcome, welcome, and greetings. We are going to be continuing on with our Stationeers run. And we are on Mimas. On Stationeer difficulty, as per usual. And we are going to continue on with our automation improvement, our furnace building, and seeing if we can't get some stuff made in that regard. So, without further ado, here we are. Hope everyone has been having a great weekend so far. We did get a little bit distracted yesterday with some combat stuff as usual on our Fridays, and hope it's not causing too much confusion if you were popping in the other day. And yeah, we're just gonna start out with harvesting some of these plants so we can keep our food sustainability up, and we're gonna grab some background audio noise here in a bit as well. And let's see if the camera works. Is the camera gonna be working? Are you gonna be playing nice today, camera? Hey, look at that. It is working, but it's... I don't know. Being a little bit distracted by precision planting here. There we go. So, throw that in there. Just pop it up here. Do I want to grab the seeds? Yeah. Let's grab the soy as well. See, now that we got power supply properly and there's no weird flickering or anything else, soybeans are all fully grown, as expected. Okay. So, let's get out there. Get our waste tank emptied out. And continue with our little project down below. Now, more and more, I am starting to get a little bit frustrated over the fact that this is not in atmosphere, so we might decide to do something about that. We'll see. We'll see. Don't be surprised if we radically change our priority here. We're just gonna walk down and see where we were when we hopped up during Thursday, because we were on a pretty good roll, right? I believe the ship is out doing mining, or it's doing scanning at least, so we should be switching over that to mining. This thing got dug out. We did grab the data cable connection to these things. We need some heavy cable, which should be supplied by the centrifuge. So let's have a look at the centrifuge, because that should be supplying us with some delicious, delicious gold. How are you doing, Mr. Centrifuge? 600 gold? I mean, you know what? Let's see what the gas level is at. 33.8. You'd be fine. Yes, it does. Just gonna kill it because we need the gold, and I don't feel like running out and mining a whole crap ton of gold when we have 700 units sitting around here. I just need to wait for that to kick back the stress, and it wasn't a graceful shutdown. It was just yank the handle. All right, we're good. Gold is in the bin. So now that we got this here, we got this gold silo. So let's do, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be good. That gives us a little bit of iron to smelt. Gives us a bunch of gold to smelt. And it gives us a little bit of leeway to make some electrum as well. That's good. That's good. And then this, we're just waiting for it to kick down the stress level a little bit more. You know what? It's almost... I kind of want to solve this, right? Import. Don't want to export it and override it. I kind of want to solve this, right? So when we have our first step up, because we're loading the values immediately, we're checking if it's 100%. It's not 100%. It goes through the throttle, and then we sleep for 5 seconds. Do I want to sleep for 2 seconds? Hey, Silver. Welcome, welcome. That's the limiter. And the limiter works fine. It's... Say what now? Already redeemed hydrate? Well... That's a good question. I don't know why, it would, not be popping up as an alert. Am I right? So, and we're also gonna do this. Hang on. Let me pull up this. Let's grab... There we go. Let's grab some elevator music in the background here. That's a little bit loud. Yeah, let's stick with that sound level. There we go. Do let me know if it's way too low or way too loud. Jedi charisma mind control to hydrate. Nah, I don't know. This seems like it seems like there's some shenanigans here. Let's do it the other way, right? If we're exceeding stress, we load the stress, we load the throttle. We set this to be true if stress is above 20%. And then we subtract N from the self-throttle. And that should work. Got some nuggets and stuff. Very yum. Well, well, well. Delicious, delicious. Food be delicious. Actually, do we want to have... like... Yeah, I'm probably in here. Alright, we have this. So we need to check for nitrous oxide. To make sure that we don't feed too much fuel. I guess it basically boils down into inside load values. I think we can add another value. We're using R8 somewhere? No. So inside load values, we want to do L, self, and 2O, dB, ratio, nitrous oxide. And then we basically just want to check if self.n2o is greater than, say, 7%. We go into weight stress. That'll pull the throttle down. Hopefully that'll work. So in case we're still in that startup process and there's too much fuel in it, it'll kick back into weight stress, which should pull the throttle down, wait for it to lower the stress threshold, and then kick back up again. If we're lucky, by the time we get back, this is running at full capacity. If we're unlucky, either this has exploded or, you know, something else has happened, but looking pretty good. Okay, so for the furnace, and obviously, anytime we do yank out things out of that thing, we get some extra reagent mix that isn't entirely purified, or just cannot be delivered as a solid unit because it's a fractional value. Men hör det du? Cat demanding attention. Gjorde det, va? He is being very scratchy right now. And here she is. Da-da-da-da. There we go. I think she's content. For a few seconds at least. Okay, so heavy cable, heavy cable. It would be nice if we could program the damn thing to actually work. But I was having issues. Let's start with smelting. Actually, look at that. we have more silver? We do have some more silver. Let's do 2 stacks of 2 stacks of electrum. And then the rest gold. Look at that, some electrum smelted. Amazing. Nice work. Awesome work. Great job. Now we do the gold. That's gonna be what, 209 something gold? And I did specifically yank the handle on that one just to grab a separate stack. Just to not have to deal with the auto stacker. And then we just dump the gas out of that furnace. There you go, heavy cable. And then just have it print a whole ungodly amount of it. While we go down and try to sort this out. Because I also need some brain time to figure out what I actually want out of the things. So we're gonna hook this up. Well, that is making a whole bunch more heavy cables. We have some extra. Because we're not necessarily gonna need all that heavy cable in here, but we are gonna need the heavy cable at some point, somewhere. I just don't wanna have to sit and wait for cable. It is frustrating. Now let's grab those wire cutters. There we go. Beautiful. Now we got power to these bad boys. Obviously they're not gonna work because, you know, they're not really hooked up to any pipes or anything, which is gonna be our second project. Making that fuel pipe. Do we just want to pull that on the right side? Yeah, I mean, we can do a little sneaky, but we're gonna need more. We are gonna need more pipes regardless. We're gonna need a craptastic amount of pipes. We are gonna need volume pumps. We are going to need turbo pumps. Which you may ask, why would you need volume pumps? you can just use regular pumps, right? Or whichever, whatever. To which I say, unfortunately, no. It has to be volume pumps. And the reason why it has to be volume pumps is because volume pumps is the only pump that you can push in both ways. Because you can just switch the mode on it and turn it on. That is iron. I don't want iron. I want steel. How much steel do we have? 200 grams in there. Well, let's just... So we're gonna have 4 of these. Because as we mentioned, also I don't know, did I save that code? I hope I saved the code. Yeah, I did. I'm happy I did, but yeah, we did. So, we are going to need 4 of these bad boys. Now, we are also going to need 4 insulated tanks. And then we're going to need a whole bunch more steel, because we need the pipes. Also, nitrous oxide needs a filter. Invar and stellite. How much stellite do we have? And we're looking for Invar. Yeah. Actually, we're gonna take this regular tank and we're gonna chuck it in here because we don't need that anymore. We're gonna need all of the chutes down there, but we're not gonna need them right this second. That is gonna be our 4th tank. You have steel, but that is an insignificant amount. We just yanked out all the resources out of that thing, so that thing doesn't really exist anything. Actually, let's make that nitrous oxide filter first. And then we're gonna make 100 units of pipes. And then we are gonna try to... I mean, we're gonna read the tank contents, so that's gonna be fine. As long as we don't pump faster than that tank can consume, we should be fine. Essentially, we want to use the volume pumps, and the reason, once again, the reason why we're using the turbo ones is because you can switch them going back and forth. You don't need double the amount of pumps. Even if they are more power hungry, it doesn't matter because we're not going to be running them all the time anyway. There we go. So that's 1 heavy filter on the nitrous. That is all good. We have any more? I mean, we do have a little bit, but we can save that for emergency rations. Let's hoist our asses back up to the top. And this is a slow boat. This is a very slow boat. Turn you on, chuck you in, bam, done. Put that solder back there. Right, that's what we were gonna use the iron for. We were gonna grab whole units of coal, and we were gonna turn that into steel so we can actually do stuff. That is empty. That is empty. Don't want to have to filter through again. And we're just gonna let that sift. While that is happening, actually, let's grab that, and let's just run down here. Get these things out on the floor. You are gonna be going in here. You are probably gonna be going in here anyway. You are gonna be going in here. You are definitely gonna be going in here. And then let's take a look at this guy. Hey, look at that! We got it. We got it. We solved it. Startup sequence on the code now works. It works. It just fucking works. Now, what I am a bit confused about is the fact that the limiter is well, I guess we're not entirely up on max setting. But it's working. We're running at almost 1200 RPM. Yeah, we got it. Awesome. Okay. I'll take it. Then we just need to figure out our stop reset code. Because that's essentially when the silo is empty, or when there's no random reagents in it, or when there's ore in it, I guess something. It stops working because we don't need it running continuously, even if the silo is empty. Right. So what we want to grab here? Do we want to grab... How many consoles do we want to have in here? We want to have at least a sensor. We want to have 6 consoles, I think. But it's going to be... And then it's going to be a whole bunch of dials and buttons and whatnot, what have you. Get pipe, let's get pipe. Okay, so let's put you over there. We forgot about that one. So we're gonna need 3 sensors. Because we're gonna need to have 1 in each furnace room. And we want to have 1 inside that's our 3 sensors. So we want to have 1 occupancy sensor that's inside the room or the the furnace room itself. Actually, we need another door. I mean, we need a couple of doors, but let's just make 2 doors. That's fine. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. And then we're gonna do vent. We're gonna need some active vents. Let's do that. We're gonna need 2 active vents, which is the ones that's gonna be filling and emptying the room. We got our pump. We got our sensors. We got our other stuff. Let's have a look and see about the... Check the steel here, because we're gonna need more pipes. Let's just crank up the power. Bam. Steel bar. Thank you for another 100 units of steel. Crank that in there. Pipes, insulated pipes. Bam. Off we go, and then pop in a bit more silicone. That's another 5 stacks of pipes. Logic switch. We're gonna need more of these. Since we need a button, a handle, a dial, and another dial. And I did mention it, but we are gonna need a bunch of consoles as well. I believe we had the hash display in here. Yes, we do. That thing do...
Hunger caution.
No. We don't do hunger caution here. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we need to weld that up as well. Get that in there. Get that there, because we are gonna need something to place these things against. Now the question is, do I put... Yeah, I mean, that thing can be there, right? Now, do I want to have the chambers looking identical? Yeah, probably do. It'll make more sense on the wiring as well. Hmm. Because this is going to be what you want to be smelting, right? And grab you down here as well. This is going to get very complicated very quickly, and I don't know if my head is going to be here tonight for this, but we'll see. I probably need to take an aspirin or something because it's being a little bit annoying. Let's put you here, and then let's put all the cables in here. There you go. Look at that construction site. Bam. Let's do a little food water refill. Have a look on our rocket. I forgot to switch that over to mining. See what the status on the rocket is. There we go. So, what is our location? We are going to be doing some silicon mining. And on the location, we finished up all of them. And as soon as it finishes up one of the actions, it goes into idle, so it doesn't drain the batteries, which is nice. The rocket scanner is still on, but it's, you know, kind of done its thing. So we are just going to turn that on, turn the cargo on. And then we are going to hit it to mine. And we're just going to let it chug along here. So as you can see here, it is mining 22 ore per progression. Which is pretty dang nice. Now, if this was a dense field, it would be mining a lot more. This yield does decrease over time, but, you know, it's a nice start. Hey, look at that, more pipes. That is our consoles. And there's some more chutes, and there's some steel frames. Would like to get the door with us. Can we get the doors with us? Thank you. That's looking pretty good. That's actually looking really good. Oxygen is growing. CO2 is kind of stable, but that's because we've been smelting a bunch of things. Not bad, not bad. So do we just want to use a glass door here and go like this is the furnace room, or do we want an actual airlock on it? I think we just want the glass door, right? Or do we want a composite door and go like furnace? I mean, if we use a composite door, it's not a problem with the wire. A. I have another cat to visit here, trying to help me out. Ah, yes, she laid down to rest. Let's do composite door there. Take it. And then we do a composite door there. do I want to do? I mean, it's not like I want to do... necessarily do... Holy smokes. What the heck was that? What? I'm confused. That was an alert of some type, but I don't know what. I don't know what just blinked, flipped. Jesus Christ. I honestly don't know what just happened. It made a noise. It made up the funny noise. Presuming everyone else could hear it. But yeah, whew. Okay. Right, so. Let's pull this guy here. Now, I don't remember if these consoles could actually, like the dual display consoles, like if you put them upside down, do they react that they're upside down, or will they just display it upside down? Because I have a feeling we'll just do that, and that'll be our hash display. So this is what you select. Select the smelt, and then we'll have a button for just gonna have a smelt button there. Now for the input outputs, I'm thinking if I want to have two dials for that. But I do want to run all of this programmatically. Like this should technically just need to select the type of material we want to be making. And then click the button and go. Believe the actual consoles write themselves regardless of orientation. That is nice. I wasn't sure that was the case, but I could have sworn I read something about it at some point. I just never really tried it out and put it to the test. Also, hey Poison. Hope you are having a good weekend. If you're not, I hope it turns better. Maybe my chaos in here can get you on a better mood if that's not the case. Let's do gas sensor. Let's put that next to that. It's a great weekend so far, been quiet. Well, that's nice. Always nice with some peace and quiet. Now we can put an occupancy sensor up here somewhere, but I don't know where I would want to put that. We could put it here just for the sake of putting it somewhere. Because we essentially just want to have it hooked up, so if we're inside the room, which should be sealed by now, should be fine. Anywho, our dehydration in the game is making itself known, so we should be going back to make sure that we get some water and food. Om nom 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 nom. Om nom 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 nom. Delicious bread. It was tasty. It was of the tasty. Now, something... I think I mentioned it in the past, but something I would like to see... what do you call it? The suit storage, right? I would like to see that just being an interaction point rather than having to like drag over each individual element into it. So I could just walk up to the suit storage and go like undress or, you know, unequip. And it goes bam, the whole thing is just gone. Jetpack, helmet, the suit and everything. We got to bring glass. Oh well. Right, so each of these should be showing pressure and temperature. So we're gonna need, I think it's gas cartridges. I think it is. Or do I want to have them oriented like on the side here? Like if they are self-orienting, like we could put them like this. Right? I wonder if this works. I mean, it'd be easy enough to test it, right? Because the text is gonna align inside the console, like the debug text, as soon as it's as soon as they turn them on. Let's just grab our little data card, and we want some glass sheets. We're gonna need more glass, but who will get us going? Gas display. Let's put another tank down there just to alleviate some of the issues. Do you have some regular lights in here? No, no. Nope. Nope. I need to throw more copper in there to make some more gas displays, but that's fine. Like I said, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, you know, we'll go with the original plan. Yeah, look at that. That way we can have them snazzy on the side. Which is pretty cool. Entirely too fancy. That's the alloy furnace. Pre-furnace. See if we can gracefully get the freaking card out. Oh, it was right there. Come on. Let me get it. I move things up. Yeah. I mean, I want it. I want to have it down there. Like, I do genuinely want to have it down here, and because that way I can have a light up top instead of the consoles. Worst case, I'll have to dig through the damn terrain. Come on, give me back my disc. Give me back my disc. Give me back my disc. Please, give it to me. Just. God damn it. Okay. Fine. You know what? Have it your way, mister. Give me back my disc. Now that's gonna drive me freaking nuts. Falling through, so we're just gonna we're just gonna do this right away, so we don't have to worry about falling through the ground constantly. So that's good. That's good. Let's just keep. Where the hell did I put? There you are. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna need to think about this. First off, we're gonna have to fix our waste tank, so I can think of it. Actually, hang on. Because the pumps are sophisticated, right? Yeah, they have. Yeah. We're fine. We're good. We're good. I was in my head. I'd spun around and gotten concerned about the fact that the data network is gonna also need to be connected to the heavy-duty pumps, which eat a crap ton of power, and I don't want to overexert it too easily. But the advanced, or the big pumps, the turbo pumps, have their own data connection, which means I don't need to worry. I can just have them separately. So the power connection is going to be on the orange cable, and the data connection is going to be on the blue cable. That way I can still control the pump, but I can power it from another source. Copper. And it is gold we're missing. Did I dump all the gold in here? I did dump all the gold in there. There is some gold in here. Let's, how much freaking copper did I have in this machine? Jesus Christ. So we need another 2 gas displays. We are gonna need some more glass sheets. So let's just make a full stack of those. Whee! What else do we need down there? Can bring the reagent mix down. We don't need that here. But yeah, so for anyone tuning in that was here during Thursday's escapades, I remedied the code slightly for the centrifuge here today, and we finally have the code actually boot up sequence properly working, completely autonomous now. And funny enough, it runs on full RPM without the limiter being maxed out, which... Not sure how that works, but, you know, it is working. But yeah. It actually runs on its own. Now, I haven't automated the process of emptying, resetting, but the startup sequence is running fine. So, then we can grab you, we can bring you guys down, because then I don't need to have that in the roof. Do I want to have them here? Like, I could do this. I could have the pressure for these guys here, and then I could have the pressure and temperature for that guy here. Yeah. Go. And that's the temperature down there. That's going to be pre-furnace. And that's pressure on the pre-furnace. Thank you. Bam. Rename these. Oh, I don't want that to be showing in the name. Can I do that? Yeah, we can do that. There we go. Probably rename that to a fancier thing, but you know, that's fine for now. And we're gonna grab a memory card for this guy, because I completely forgot about that. But that's fine. We don't necessarily need a memory because we can set it in code, but you know. That's fine, that's fine. So these consoles are essentially just going to be on when someone is in the room, obviously, for power saving reasons. We can turn them off for now because we don't need to have them on. And then we got this bad boy. Now, I'll probably need to have something else up there. You know what? Let's do... If we do this... And then we'll put the IC10 there. That's going to be your furnace smelting logic. That feels like it can go up there, right? Bam. And if we need another one, which I'm suspecting that we might need, we'll just put that on the opposite side here. Because then we can do... That is hooked up there. And that is hooked up there. So that is our temperature check, our active vent in the room. And then we're gonna have some frames in behind here, which I don't think we have any frames left in here. We do not. Anywho. Now, question is if we just pop these tanks here, would that be absolutely crazy? Like, we want to have them in the ceiling? Do we want to mine backwards a little bit? Do I want to have them separated over here? One more piece here. Let's see if this works out. Actually, we don't need to have that much spacing in between these because I just need the cable, and then we'll pull them on, pull them up in the ceiling. Because we are just gonna do we're just gonna do this. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth one. So we're gonna move that boy over one tile to the left. There we go. This is just gonna be a little bit of a doorway in the back here, and these guys are gonna be hooked up to the same pipe. And then a pipe analyzer. I needed a pipe analyzer. Because what's going to happen is we are going to take the very hot gas. It's going to go... we are going to need a 5th tank. Because that's going to be our preheating furnace. With our degas, or for the degassing. And then what's going to happen is we are going to... Ooh, and that's also going to be... Oh. The steel alloys are going to be interesting. We'll figure it out. Anywho. So, gas goes in here. This being told whether or not, and that's on the data line as well. Let's grab some more cable. Let's get some cable out just for the sake of getting some cable out so we can see things. And then we'll worry about the headache of coding this as we're messing around with it later. We're gonna run the data cable below. This is gonna be a wall. It's not gonna be looking too terrible. All of the pieces connected up. All of them connected up. All of them connected up. All good. And then we are just gonna do this with that data connection. Bam. That is all the data connected to the pumps. Then we're gonna have to figure out which pump is gonna be going to what item and so on and so forth. And that's gonna be a pain in the ass, but you know, we'll manage. And the same thing here, we're gonna do power. That is gonna be our power connection to everything here. Good. That is all the power connected. Because we are gonna have a fuel line in here. And I think I do want to run the fuel on the left side because we want to hit into convenience on it, and then we are gonna add a waste pipe here as well. That is gonna be our input connection. And then with the waste pipe, and that's going to be very hot pipes. So I'm thinking of fetching some yellow color.
Hunger caution.
That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So that's going to be our fuel connection into the preheat furnace. I think we're just going to run with it. Let the ships fall where they may. Okay. So, furnace build. And of course, we are in the exact same freaking height as the other pipe. Okay. I was hoping not to do that, but apparently that's exactly what we did. So, question is, do we just run the pipe below here? I mean, we could be cheeky and do this way. Right? And just run it along the floor. Do it simple for once. We already have the power here. And then we run the waste pipe in the freaking ceiling or something. Yeah, let's just do it this way instead. See, I'm looking forward to coding this. At the same time, I'm not looking forward to coding this. That makes sense? Now, I'll probably not remember it, but I do want to wait with hooking this up until everything else is done. In case I need to mess around. That way we don't have a bunch of gas in the pipe that's going to be causing us problems. In some capacity, or losing a bunch of gas. Ugh. Hey, Super Chef Leechon. Thank you for the follow. Don't know if that was the sound that we made earlier. But it is appreciated. Hope you are enjoying the chaos and maybe learn something along the way. Or just look on and shake your head and go, what is this Muppet doing? Why is it doing it this way? Either way, it is appreciated. And like I said, I hope you enjoy it. Beautiful, beautiful little machine. Give me all of that gold, thank you. Okay, so we've got some doors in place. We got that one hooked up. I mean, that should be on. Might not be counted as a room. Although I think it should do that, because we do have the frames on whatnot, but maybe not. Anywho, that is connected. We got power here. I mean, we can start off light, right? And we can do bam, bam, edit. Let's do copy that, and let's do paste. So let's grab this dial. We do 3/6. We're gonna need to do stuff as well. So funny of the funny here, right? Decimal to if we do decimals to hex, so if we do 369,803. So a funny little hack, if you will, right? Is if you wanna do weird obscuring or whatever else, right? Or whatever you might want to do. So normally we would define something like this, do dial, and then we define it with, you know, the number we have. However, you can also be a little bit tricky, right? You can do this. Let's do this and do 5A48B. That is the same as using the ID directly from the device. Because you can apply the value for like a prefab hash or a reference ID or a name hash or whatever in hexadecimals by prefixing it with a $sign. Now, why would you ever want to do this? Well, depending on how many objects you placed, it saves you characters. So the opposite here would be define dial, and then it would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So here, we're not really saving anything. But if we place down, you know, you get into a 7-digit format, suddenly you can start saving characters by using hexadecimals instead of the regular ones. But then, you know, that also causes headache of how would you ever know what this is? Well, you don't really know, but you also don't know what this is. Or, you know, which device that is. So it's just 369,803. Different way of doing it, but it does the same. It does the same job. But if you do run into a code from the workshop or whatever that has a bunch of hex values instead, it's just a representative value of the same reference ID. And the same obviously works for the hash values as well. Since the name hashes or the reference hashes for the objects can be quite long, that can actually save you a couple of characters. If your code is really, really being, you know, super optimized. Or you're just trying to squeeze out the last little freaking bite out of it. That glass was very, very empty. Go with the water. Right. So let's grab. Did we have the yellow paint here? Do we have yellow paint here? We do not have yellow paint here. Do we have some iron in the machine that we can make some yellow paint? Yes, we do. Thank you, sir. Now, arguably, I could color code these. But I don't really see the point because they're gonna be, like, connection-wise, they're gonna be mixed. Pipe analyzer, I forgot. Now you might be wondering, what the hell is going on here? Well, actually, we could do this. You are right in being confused if you have not done this before. There we go. Now I do need to hook up a pipe for the liquid, but I don't think we really need it because none of it is going to cause liquefaction in that sense. But yeah, so the process here is we have a pipe analyzer on the pipe segment somewhere, probably up here somewhere, and the turbo pump for whichever gas gets decided to be used gets activated. It'll send gas into this pipe up to a certain pressure, which actually we are gonna need more pipes because we are needing to connect them into the active vent as well. And then whatever gas gets picked gets a process of... Actually, this doesn't matter as much as... This just needs a gas. Yeah. Yeah, this just needs a gas in there. Because this is gonna be so much freaking random contaminated things. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I don't want to leave it in vacuum. We'll how do I want to fill this and then leave it? I had some ideas, but now I'm recognizing that the ideas were bad. We don't want to do it that way. Because we just want to have some atmosphere in there. We don't really care about whatever. We just need a gas that doesn't turn into liquid. Either nitrogen or volatile. Probably nitrogen. But yeah, so my train of thought, right? So depending on what you choose to smelt, or you know what you choose to turn into alloy or craft or whatever, it'll turn on the pump. It'll check the pump pressure, or it'll check the pipe pressure, so we're not exceeding it. And then once the pipe has pressure, the active vent turns on. It'll fill the room inside the furnace with gas. Once the gas is filled inside the room by the gas sensor, then ore is passed into the furnace. At this stage, the room is filled at the set temperature that the gas, the smelting temperature ranges that we are, which means the furnace is not going to radiate any heat because it is an equal temperature. And then it'll process the ore, it'll spit out the ingots. Once it's done its craft, the same turbo pump then turns back on in the opposite direction, and it soaks the gas back into the tank. The active vent ventilates out of the room as well once that has happened. Because that way, if the active vent turns on prior to us having emptied out the furnace completely, the furnace will radiate heat because it sits in a vacuum, which we don't want to do. We want to make sure that the active vent goes on first and it goes on last. It's gonna be some very tricky programming to make sure we get all the conditions right and all the sequencing right. But if we do have that, we should be good. Because then it doesn't matter which of the tanks it chooses to pull from. It'll do it. It'll fill the room. It'll fill the tank. And then when it's done, it'll empty the tank. It'll empty the room. And then once the pipe is completely cleared, it resets the selection and the furnace is ready to be used again. And that sounds like a lot because it is a lot. And I need a refill. So I will be right back. Am of the Returned. Here we are. Let's see if we can't figure out what we need out of this somehow by the end of this. So, we want to grab that dial and we want to translate it into I think branching might be the easiest way of doing it. It just feels like that's gonna be because, I mean, we can use the select, right? But select's also just doing a non-zero. It doesn't do a specific one. So it can't really do what we want it to do. So we do want to use branching instead, which is a little bit encumbersome. But essentially, if we select one, we do iron. Which is kind of funny, like why is this? I think it's because this used to be a string reference to the hash name. And this is where a little bit of a nuisance comes in here. We just want to do as copper. We just want to do, let's do some startup sequencing here and see if we can do this as iron. Let's do alias. Selected. Selected alloy. Let's just call it selected alloy. Even though, you know, iron isn't an alloy per se, but, you know. What do we want to do? Call it target. Because I know we need to set the pressure. The same thing here. Alias pressure R1 alias. Temperature is irrelevant, but type. It's not type, but let's do I don't know what to call this. Like selected tank, but it's not necessarily. I have a feeling that we want to do this very generic, so we can just iterate over whichever we have selected. Um, but my brain is... It's been a long time since I did something like this, so we need to figure this out logically. So if we've set iron, right? We want to do... Why are you being sad? Oh, right, yeah, because you want to read a memory, don't you? Yeah, so we are going to need to grab that memory, and we're going to need a memory and a pipe analyzer. Because we want to use a memory chip as the easy access read point for the hash display. We could yank that memory. Because we don't need it here. That's just part of our little test thing. And then I'm pretty sure we have a pipe analyzer here somewhere. Don't we? Do we not have a pipe analyzer in here somewhere? Maybe we don't. Maybe we do not. Whee! We can do that. We can do this. Pop that there. Do we have some regular... Ooh, actually... We do not have enough cable to run the pipe analyzer. Now... We can almost run the pipe analyzer. Because the pipe... Oh, actually, you know, we had a few bits of cable. Because the pipe analyzer just needs to be anywhere on the pipe here. We can actually put that in here. Like this. That way we save a bunch of cable. And we just do it that way. Now, I know it's not gracious to have that kind of clipping over in there, but you know, it is what it is right now. I just want workable logic first before we do anything else. So this guy is gonna need the data pad here, and then we're gonna grab that logic memory. Now we can do this. Memory, and I can be cheeky, just grab the hash value here and do setting and do that. Let me just do S copper, S gold, and then we just do even do that. Incorrect argument count at line 33. Oh yeah, because I actually left that in there. There we go. If we set... No, we haven't set that to anything, but... Maximum setting. Now, if we just increase the value to 1... we should be setting the memory to 1. Oh yeah, because... I am very confounded. Why is this not working? We're gonna do the good old... I mean, I don't need LED displays. I need... Why is that not working? Because we're not reading the value. Well, it shouldn't matter, right? If we go into iron, we set R0 to iron, which is our hash value for iron. And then we're just storing the target as the... Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, because that... Don't know why that's not working. Oh yeah, because we're never reading and actually checking the value. I was right, but you know. Setting, right? We're not actually reading the dial, which is, you know, our issue. Is it the setting or the mode? I can never remember. Yeah, it is the setting. So going backwards in this, we go into main. We are reading the selection. And we want to do selection, not freaking dial. I'm an idiot. And then we read the selection, and if the selection is 1, 2, 3, it'll go into the specific type. Now, it should work. I don't, my brain's not with me today, so we'll see how well this coding is gonna go. There we go. Much better. Iron, copper, gold. I don't want to do this, but I guess we should be doing this. This is up to funny. There we go. Because it doesn't know what that is, it's empty. And then it's just a matter of inputting all the different things. Which is a lot of rows for no use. And this is where we come up with the memory stuff. So this is what's going to be selecting it and what's going to be setting that memory unit. And then we're going to be using another IC10 chip, I believe, to actually work on it. Because that is going to be... We're essentially going to have a comparison chart. That makes sense, I think. We can do... We can do some logic in here. So if we do... We'll see what we can do. We might need two chips, one for the basic metals and then one for the advanced alloys. But essentially what we're going to be looking for is we're going to set the display value so you can see what you're actually selecting. And then that's going to, when you hit smelt, or you hit that activate button on the right, you just paint it just bam, look at that yellow button. Once you hit that, that's when it's actually gonna do apply the logic of starting to set things up. And I think we can do it in such a generic way that we can just apply the logic in the main thing, hopefully. So we do like step process of it setting it, and then if it's activated with it set, it checks, it requests a unit from, it requests the quantity we're gonna need to have somewhere here as well. And the quantity is gonna set the maximum units you can pellet to smelt. We'll figure things out. We're probably gonna need to reiterate it and rewrite it like 7 times, but let's get our basic smelting and then we'll figure things out from there. So we're just gonna copy this out, and then we're gonna do basic stuff. So lead, silicon, silver, nickel, steel, silver. Okay, so we're gonna start with these guys. That's gonna be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Brain misfired there. Completely forgot to actually pause it, which is not great. Now, here we can scrap all of these lines because we can just apply the hash value directly onto the thing, which we might do because that'll cut down each direct defined things will cut down the amount of lines in here by an equal amount. So the addition is just going to be these things per. So we'll see what happens. But now, with that, we should be able to just grab that, hit that there, export it, and bam. So now, we can go up to 8 for steel. Now we're running out of lines. We're running out of lines quickly, which is terrifying. But hopefully we shouldn't be doing too much. You know what? We might as well just bite the bullet. Ah, no, stop. There we go. Basically, we just replace the copper and iron and all of that. And we move it out of here. We do gold. And move those definitions. And this is just purely to gain some rows. Some very critical rows later on. There we go. That's also gonna be all of our category A's. Now remember that the Constantan, Electrum, Astroloid, Stellite, and Inconel is also under the same category. It just needs above 2000. But those require specific pressures. Oh. And the water fountain needs some water, so I'm gonna refill that because I forgot to refill it when I refilled my drink. back to attack. So we moved all of those down, and that should be pretty straightforward. Now we are gonna set because we want to have the selected tank. The selected tank is actually going to be the selected pump. Because that's going to be the pump in association with the tank that we want to be using. Yeah, we'll figure that around. Because we essentially want to do move, and then the R value here basically gonna be pump. And then we want to have define pump A, define pump B, define pump C, define pump D. So we are gonna grab them in sequence order and whatever else. Tank A, tank B, tank C, tank D, pump D, pump C, pump B, and then pump A. Basically, if we want gas out of pump A, we'll contact pump A. $371,017. 371,017. And then we got the next one. And as you can see here, you can actually tell at the top, we could actually be so sneaky. So instead of doing the actual number stuff, could just do 5A949. That way we don't have to scroll to the bottom. And 5A94F. Because the reference ID at the top is the same reference ID down here, but this is just in plain decimal. A95A. So, looking at this code now. I copied it over to the numpad so I can just copy paste it easily when I get back to the computer. We can just grab these values straight off. And there we go. That is gonna be our tank with greater than 2000 Kelvin. Or to, KK. And then we do 350k to 550k. The 450 Kelvin is what we're going to be targeting. So if we want to make solder or wasp alloy, we want to be using pump B. And then we want to hit that 1300 roughly. Now this is the tricky one, I think, because it's just such a very, very, very small range of it. So how does that help us? Well, we want to do, whenever we want to be selecting something, we also want to do, we want to grab selected pump, and we want to move pump to when it's empty, we want to set it to 0. Just so it can't actually access anything. But when we were talking about iron, we want to grab that pump A, which means the reference ID for whenever we want to smelt something with it, it's going to be interacting with this pump A. And this is what really builds freaking lines in a terrifying capacity. It's the same thing here. We've got our alloys here as well that we can use. These are going to be using the same thing, but it's going to be specific pressure settings. So here we want to set the pressure to we want to set the pressure to 0. It doesn't really matter. And I don't think that matters because we're not gonna, it's not gonna interact with anything. But here we want to set the pressure that we want to limit to is anything inside category A smelting is going to be that 1 MPa. So we're just going to set it to 1000. And you can see how we are quickly running out of lines. Because each alloy requires some predetermined pieces. Now we have our pump selected, we've got our pressure set, we've got our selection of the dial. Am I happy with that name? Probably not. And you can also see we're halfway through with the text, but we'll run out of lines before we run out of bytes. So now that we have selected our target, we want to do a SETZ, which means we do not have our selection is greater than that, and then we activate. Which is essentially our button. That is our magical button. I wish we could click on it and copy it, but that's not the case. If we, we keep doing the fancy style. We grab that 5A557. If this is actually gonna work. We're down to like 20 lines. I'm very terrified over not being able to do this for everything. We are gonna need to have a separate one for the alloys. I didn't want to, but it's looking like it. It is what it is.
Hunger caution.
Yeah. I keep forgetting about that. So if R10 is greater than 0, meaning the button is pressed and we have something selected, we're gonna branch out into start smelt. Do the thing. Pressurize room. Fill furnace. We're gonna pressurize the furnace and then fill the furnace to set pressure range. Smelt the thing, and then we have open furnace once mixed and able. Empty furnace. Empty the furnace of gas. Now I'm starting to think if it's not better to split up. Like we have all the selections in one, and then we have 3 memory chips. Like 3 memory units. And we have the other chip that just works off those memory chips. So this guy would work as basically a registry of just the specific ones. And then we have all smelting logic on a completely different IC chip. So this thing just sets the memory, sets the hash value for the memory, sets the pressure selection for that gas, or you know, which whatnot. And then we just have this IC10 that acts as a big selection registry. I think that might work better, because we're gonna run into an issue where we need to have two IC10 chips either way, because we're just not gonna have enough lines. But doing it that way would allow us to do other things. Yeah, so let's grab that out. Do that. Let's just pull that out onto that one there. I think that's what I want to do. And we're just going to grab the ID of the memory chips. Although we might even do batch name for the memory chips just to make it a little bit cleaner. Yeah. Because once we have automation from, and this is why, this is kind of where my head is going with this as well, is that once we have automation for the manufacturing, we have that figured out, we can have that request an ingot type, or the vending machine could request an ingot type, and then instead of having this dial, we just have it compare the hash value for the requested item, and that gets shipped. So the selection here gets replaced by the hash value from the vending machine, and then we don't need the target. We just use the request hash, and then that can cut a line from the move target because we set the target by the request. It's going to be adaptable to everything else. So what we're going to do here is we're going to set the pressure ranges we want to have for everything. We're going to set up the alloys that we're going to be on, that we want as well. We want to grab the constantan. We're going to grab that down here. So we want to do S constantan, move target. That's going to be our constantan target. Move pump A, because it is, once again, it is still within that realm. And the pressure we want to move to the 21,000. We just want to put that in there, and then we comment that out for now. can do that. And then we do the same thing for the other alloys. We grab that electrum. Electrum. And pressure is somewhere in between 800 and 2000. So we can just do, you know, like 1200. It doesn't need a lot. The less pressure, the faster it's going to go to empty out later anyway. And then we just copy this out because it's a special requirement. And I missed the hash. There we go. And then we do the same thing for the astroloy. The pressure is 31,000. Target is going to be that hash value. And as you can see, we are running out of lines very quickly. We are just going to save up on them where we can. Stellite. Move target. Move pump A. Move pressure. And that can just be set to 12,000. This is a little bit monotonous and a little bit head killing. It's not too excitable. That 24,000, and then almost at the end of our rope, and we still have a bunch of things that we need to add. Gonna move. I'm hoping we can fit everything in here. Because we are running out of things. Actually, here. This is our first that we have for the 450 tank. That's going to be our pump B, I believe. Yep, so that is our pump B. Saving up on our lines. We are running out of lines to save up on. So that is going to be our pump C. Pressure is going to be 19,000. That is our invar. And then we got our Hastalloy. That's going to be our last one. And our pressure is going to be, well, 27,000. Now we might actually be poached, because we're not gonna have enough lines to actually do all of those line changes for the things. So what we are gonna need to do is we're gonna need to skimp on some more lines. So anywhere we have pump A, we want to be replacing with this. Because it's the chase of it's the chase for lines, because we need to squeeze in the selector for everything as well. So for pump B, we want to be using this. I forgot to mark the whole thing. And pump C, we want to grab this. Because while it does help with the readability, it does mean that we don't need to have it written up here. But what we can do, because we do have the byte capacity, so we can add these in comments. The hell did I just remove? I removed the dial's the only device, and then the memory is being set directly. Get that away, get that away. Get that away. There we go. That cut us down to that got us back another 10 lines, because we need to add these for all of the things as well, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's another 9 units of selections we need. It's gonna be freaking close. I might actually have to skip the comments in the start. Because we're looking at That is... we're looking at our ores. We've got Electrum, solder, invar, konstantan, steel. Steel, solder, electrum, konstantan, invar. That's our 5 regular ones. And then it's what? 4 super alloys? 5 super alloys? Yeah, it's 5 super alloys. And that is our astroloy, stellite, inconel, hastelloy, wasp alloy. And that has us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's like 6 lines of practical code left. And we do have a couple of things that we need to do. We can save... Actually do this. We can do that. We can just stitch that dial in there. Just have that dial ID set directly in the setting. Now, I don't want to ditch the aliases because reading this without them is annoying. And this is what I'm saying. We were not going to fit the logic for the smelting in here. We are doing this as a pure IC registry. Because we're loading the selection. And then we're looking through the selection to make sure that we are selecting the thing we want to be selecting. There we go. Let's do this. Export that out. Bam, there. And then we are just gonna switch out. It's 17, right? Yeah. Now, you can actually go through all of these. And it'll be all of the things in capacity. Now what we could have is, you know, we could have a wall of buttons and we could have an image on for each button and go like, I want this one. Bam, done. Gonna empty out our waste tank. We're gonna do a little bit of sustenance refilling here. We're also gonna manufacture another housing and another IC-10 ship. We need 2 more memory cards as well. Because we have 1 for the hash target, 1 for the pressure, and 1 for the pump. In my head, that's what we need. And I think we need another logic switch as well. Or 2 or 3. Doesn't hurt to have a couple of extra. That's going to be another housing. And that's going to be another IC-10 ship. What else am I missing down there? Except the actual gases and my brain to comprehend what I'm doing. But you know, that's side issues. That's gonna house. That's gonna do all the smelting logic. It's gonna do checking, comparing, doing all the fancy things. We're gonna let it make another ship just because it doesn't hurt having an extra chip. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, we're gonna change out the memory. I think we're gonna put the memories here. Which means obviously this code is gonna break because it's gonna be missing the memory, but that's fine. Regular cable, that's what we forgot to bring down. Yeah, I know we broke the code. Don't you worry about it. But we get some regular cable. And then we hook those memory up. And we just store the data of the selections onto those memory chips. And that gives us access to those memory chips from the other code. Also, do we have... That's 17. That's a little bit, but that's not remotely the quantity I wanted. Cable. But it's going to be enough to do the memory for now. And then we need to figure out how to actually get enough gas of the quantity of the temperature that we want. Although the 2000 gas plus, I mean, we could hook up the waste from the centrifuge for that. Although it's not pure gas, there is trace elements of other things, so I might just... What do I want to have gas-wise in here? I mean, do I just want to grab carbon dioxide? Like, if we just use this furnace. Or do I just want to slap on a heater? until it's hot enough. I don't know. Decisions, decisions, decisions. I don't need to have all sides connected to this thing. I just need the one side. Which is, if you were not aware of it, memory chips are a great way to hand over data from one data network to another without connecting them up with power, because they'll share the logic in this device, but they won't pass through anything else. So let's do pressure, $5 5A FDB. Target, gonna be our second one. That's gonna be our 5A FDC. The other one. It's the pump, right? That's gonna be pump $5AFE4. That is gonna be that one. So we're gonna do pressure. Or we're gonna do selected pressure. Selected target. And we're gonna do selected pump. And then this guy gonna be, oh yeah, because I broke the damn thing. I'm gonna do select target. Now, I hate the fact that you can actually and properly freaking break these. And there's like no way to actually reset them. With even reset things. I don't remember how the hell I did this, but there was a way to reset these. Because I think we just need to hold screwdriver on. Oh, can you actually force reset it now? Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you so much. That is nice. I guess technically speaking, it should be possible to do it programmatically. Now that we can, the hash display or the hash card itself has data, can we clear? I mean, I guess it's clearing the stack on it. That's fucking great. I've had so much headache with airlocks and whatnot when I've selected a freaking, you know the usual, like selecting a sensor or something, and then you deconstruct the sensor and it goes freaking haywire. was wondering why it was displaying everything, but then I realized that, right, yeah, what I had in here was I was using the batch setting for setting the target. So it mentioned somewhere, didn't believe it, tested it, and it's permanently burnt in my mind. Yeah, that is... Spread the knowledge, spread the understanding. Mm-hmm. Definitely, yeah. You can what? Nah, you're bullshitting. You're bullshitting. It can't be that easy. It truly is one of those moments. Right? If your card is screwed, give it a screw. So we are doing this. And do we have some additional lines? Yes, we do. We just do move pressure 0, move pump 0. So in case our selection is empty, we want to make sure that we just nuke stuff. Classic IT, short the pins with a screwdriver to drain the capacitors and clear the memory. Oh yeah. That should be our registry complete. We're gonna copy this. We might actually have... Yeah. We do have enough lines to do the pumps in an alias. Or in a definition. We could restore that. We do have the space for that, which would make it a lot easier if I want to reuse it somewhere else. But this means we got our pressure selection, we've got our target hash value, we have our selected pump. And as you can see here, you might recognize the ID value for it, which is it gets translated over from the hex value when it's being added to a memory. So if we do, move this over to, say, iron, pressure set to 1000 MPa. Now, we probably want to add to this a little bit. We probably don't want to have it flat on 1000 MPa. Now, for the initial ones, that's probably fine. But for the steel, we don't want to be just on the precipice of it, just to be picky. There we go. That sets the pressure to 1500. I want the sealer route and set min-max pressure and temperature. Yeah, see, that works perfectly fine and is, you know, the good way of doing it, but it's also not necessary to what I'm trying to do with it. Oh yeah. So what I'm doing with these is that I'm setting like kind of the target value for it, and then the actual smelting logic is going to be handling of being fairly close to it, but not necessarily exactly correct. It's going to be like plus minus, 25 or something. I want to have the input kind of adjusting itself. into the ranges. So the closer it is, the smaller it's going to decrease, similar to how we have the volume pumps handling the greenhouse, as well as the fuel mixture. But now we have these values set, so we can actually pop up the other IC housing. And then we are gonna just copy this out now that we've done a little bit of changes for it. And then we are gonna paste that in a new document here. We are also gonna paste it on the Discord, just so I have it stored up for my brain capacity. Smelting, alloy selection, registry. And then do there and then post. Okay, so that is part 1 of this stuff. Now, the second part is obviously going to be crazy thing. So we are just gonna clear this out, and then we're just gonna paste that in there, just because I can. You wanna do? You know what? Let's copy this whole thing. Paste. There we go. Because we are gonna want our target, we're gonna want our pressure, we're gonna want our pump. Not entirely sure we need the target in here, but you know. We are gonna start out with a read values. And we are going to load, target, pressure, pump. And the IDs for these things is going to be the pressure, the target, and the pump. And the logic type we're going to be reading is the setting. And that is our start of this sequencing. So that is us loading up what we want these target values to be. Let's hit that up with confirm just so it doesn't get lost. Now we get into the spicy. I have no idea what I'm trying to... But... essentially, let's just do this. So we can do some brainstorming here. So, start smelting. We want to do... check if all is clear. Pipe pressure and furnace pressure and the room pressure. Also kind of funny with that thing. And the second thing we want to do is once that is done and we are green for smelt, we are going to do a set output mode on selected pump. Essentially flow from the tank into the pipe. We are going to do safety to avoid explosions. And then we do fill room. Fill the furnace room with the set gas type available. Check pressure level. 50 kPa. Greater than 50 kPa. And then we want to do a fill furnace to required pressure. We want to add the ores and metals to smelt. Activate furnace. Now we be gaining alloys. And then we want to do empty furnace. Clear contents before stepping out. And then empty room. Clear the furnace room into vacuum. Clear pipe. Make sure to have 0 pressure in furnace room and 0 pressure in pipe. That is our tall order. And if all of this is accomplished, we're pretty good. Now the fill furnace is going to be the picky one, because that's going to be kind of where we need to adjust so it doesn't just crank up, you know, max input or being too slow. But it's not too complicated. Like, written up like this, it is looking fairly straightforward, right? Now, I wouldn't be able to run this at the current stage because we don't have gases available at the moment. Now, gases are easy to come by in terms of whichever. Now the question then becomes, do I fill up gas so we fill up, say we fill up the tank to, I don't know, 30%? Something, like it's a lot. It's a lot to fill up these guys. Which also reminds me to got to switch out the battery. I also want to check on the rocket. Hey, look at that. 3,970. Now, we still have a whole bunch of fuel. The question is, do we go iron mining? I mean, it eats like 1,000 or 1,500 back and forth. We're still gonna have plenty to get back home. So, do we mine another silicon belt or do we do an iron rock? I mean, I'm inclined to more iron. Because we're gonna need more steel. But then again, we also haven't mined a whole crap ton of copper. What do you say? More silicon, more iron, or copper? More steel means you can make another rocket to mine more copper with too. That is very true. We do need to build another rocket. We need to rebuild launch site A. Get another rocket, and we need to start looking at liquid fuel to be able to expand out towards the right side and go longer trips. Yeah, let's go. It's the most convoluted project I could promote. Yeah, no, let's go with the iron. Because the silicon is nice. Like that's a total of 4,000 silicon, which means it's essentially 4,000 pipes or something into that effect, right? And I'm kind of curious to see how much fuel it's actually using. Yes, it used like 700 moles worth of fuel to get back out. Which means those silicon rocks we can delete now because they're gone. When we get to this destination, we start scanning again, as per usual. Now, if we slap in one more tank into this rocket, just the one, right? Put that to survey so it scans up all the things. If we put one more tank into this, we should be comfortably be able to mine 3 full deposits. We slap in another tank, we should probably be able to mine out 5 of these deposits in one go. That wouldn't be bad. Now the reason why I'm kind of agreeing on the you know, increased rocket capacity and whatever else is the fact that we do want to get ranged rockets, because I want to reach that ice field. Because that will allow us to get more fuel. So pressure-fed liquid rocket, right? Sounds absolutely right. So seems perfectly reasonable. No, I mean I would probably do a pumped rocket. But I'm curious as to how much fuel difference it actually is for the efficiency of it, as well as the storage of fuel, because if it's in liquid form, it's a hell of a lot more dense than gas form. So you'd be able to fit a crap ton more into it. Now my curiosity gets piqued into how the hell am I turning... How am I like easiest way to liquefy it? I mean, I guess the easiest one is just push volatile gas into a large radiator, and then just have it liquefy over time. And then pull the liquid out of that pipe. As it's liquefying, and then just keep pressurizing that pipe. Another project, another project, another later. Let's get the automated smelting done. We've got enough big projects. Pollutant heat pump. Yeah, but can't you just like because we're in a vacuum, right? I can just slap down a large radiator, pressurize it with, you know, a pressurant valve, and just push in volatiles into that pipe. And then it'll liquefy. And then just have a liquid valve, or a liquid pump just grab out of that pipe continuously. And I'll, you know, phase shifted volatiles down into liquid, and then whatever temperature the liquid is in, it'll go into the liquid, you know, it'll go into the next pipe. Bam, done. Right? Oh, see, I'm not even thinking of using a condensation valve. I'm thinking of just using a pressurant pump to fill a liquid pipe with volatiles. And then just sift off the liquid from that liquid pipe as it condensates in that pipe. Since I'm in a vacuum, I can just do that with the large radiator. So that should be pretty simple. And the same thing with I was thinking oxygen and doing liquid oxygen and just running with LOX, But I might as well just use nitrous oxide, right? Right? Since we're doing liquid anyway, might as well just use NOS fuel in liquid form, because that's super easy. Right? Nitrous would be easier to liquefy once you get enough not to ice. Yeah, so the risk there is it shifts back to gas, liquid, gas, liquid, gas, liquid, right? And it just takes a massive dump of the temperature takes a massive dump. But yeah. Now the question is, would I want a heater on the rocket in case, just to keep the nitrous oxide temperature? Fuel for, food for thought. Heater, a small high pressure nitrogen tank, and a pressure as well. Yeah. Because I'm thinking on the rocket itself to manage. Because as long as you keep the pressure high enough and you balance out the pressure with nitrogen, it's gonna stay liquid. And you kind of force it to stay liquid, and you just have that extra pipe with a pressure valve. That might do it. It's just gonna be... It's gonna be annoying to manage the drain of that system once it lands back on planet side. But that's, yeah, we'll worry on that later. So I think we might... Do we start here in the middle, or do we go... Let's grab some of the devices here, right? So we are gonna do... We're gonna grab the active vent. That is what we need. Furnace. Active vent. That is our $5A472. And then we're looking at our, not the furnace itself, but we're looking at the sensor. $5A58D. Gas sensor. Cessnor. Yes, great spelling. And then my head is needing to wrap itself around the fact that these are the opposite. So when we are in mode 0 into room, mode 1 into pipe. So if we do mode 1, it wants to shove it into the pipe. Mode 0, it fills the room. And once again, I do want to set, like, we can have the external safety set to 100, but I think we want to change that out to 50 because we don't need more. That should be fine. So we can just, let's define these. We just do... Oh, we don't want to cut it. We want to copy it because I want to keep it in my notes. Active vent. Or room vent. Let's call it room vent. Room sensor. And I don't know what I was planning for this one, but I probably had an idea. So here we want to fill up the room. So we want to set the room vent setting. Hey Stush, how are you doing? Welcome to the mad crazy ambitious project of automating the furnace. Just a little, you know, whichever, whatever. So we want to store. What do we want to set the setting to? Setting is. We don't have a setting on it. Or the setting is 50. What is the setting? What is the setting? Wait, what? I'm doing it for everything. So far we have this guy is a registry. So it allows us to pick whatever thing we want to do. Obviously, 0 be nothing. And then when you have something selected, it stores the data related to these values onto these 3 memory chips. So we have the selected pump, we've got the selected target, which is the hash value of the smelted target, and then we have the selected pressure, and that's the pressure we want to set it for. Now, we don't need temperature because that is determined by the pump. The pump is set to whichever one of these 4 tanks is relative to that gas type, or the temperature required for that element. So we are going to be rolling all the ore, all the smeltings and everything through a preheater. And then that's going to ship off over into the actual smelter once it's off-gassed. So this guy is what's going to be having shifting temperatures. That passes over into this guy, and then this guy actually just smelts, and you know, it fills the room, it fills the furnace, it smelts the thing, it empties the furnace, and then it empties the room, and then resets, restores, and that should be able to handle pretty much everything. The only sad part is this ship took up like the entire smelting registry just for the selection and the pressure and values. Took up that entire ship, so we are gonna need to have 2 of them. I was hoping not to, but then, you know, I looked at the super alloys and was like, you know what, let's fit everything into this. So that's where we are right now. We're actually applying the logic to do this. So we don't want setting. We want to set mode to, what did I say, 0. That is into the room. So we're just making sure that we're going to be filling the room. Also, there was one item I was missing, the pipe analyzer. Uh, 5AE23. So, setting it on. And then, because we are applying direct values here, we're not going to do some shifty set bits, whatever, whatnot, for the room vent, because this is already toggled set, which whatever. We are going to do, what is it, external safety? Yeah. It's the external safety. External safety. Is it pressure external? That's what it is. So we set that to 50 because we don't need to have it higher than 50 kPa. And that's kind of irrelevant. So to pass over onward, we just want to do a BLT. And we want to just do... Or we can do BLE. Oh, let's do BLT. And here we are going to do a... Inside this, we are going to do a yield because it is going to be looping in here. And we are going to be reading R0. Let's do temporary value is our go-to R10. And we're going to do sensor. And that is going to be reading the setting. What is the sensor? It's going to read the pressure. I'm too much in settings now. We're going to read the pressure. So if R10 is less than 45, we want to just loop back into fill room. Once we're done with that, we can just turn off that room vent. And then it passes over into fill furnace. So that is our pressure set inside the room. And I forgot to pause it again. We are making sure that it is outward. We are changing out the pressure because every time you change out the mode, it's going to reset the safety pressure. And then that's going to fill it with whatever is available inside the pipe. And then the fill furnace is essentially going to be the same thing, which we actually, we haven't picked the furnace. Seems like a silly thing to do. And I need to have the furnace to be able to manipulate it. There we go. Copy that ID. Bam, bam. Alloy furnace. So here we are gonna turn. We're gonna turn the furnace on because now we have filled the room. We know that the room is filled. Because if it's less than 45 kPa inside the room, it'll just loop over this. And then we're passing over into fill furnace. We're turning the furnace on. What is the input dials on the furnace? It is called... What is those things called? Also, what the hell is the mode on the furnace? What? That's open. So that's setting. Okay, so setting and setting input. Okay, so we have setting output and setting input. And the setting is just piggybacking on whichever, right? The setting is the output, regardless of what. But we have setting input, setting output, so we can differentiate them. We turn it on. We change up the dial for the input pump. Now, I think I might want to be adjusting this a little bit, but we want to do until pressure, and that essentially is we want to read the pressure, and we want to do a BLT, and we want to do that R10 is less than pressure. Then we do an until pressure. Actually, we want to have the yield up here. So we load the furnace pressure, and we are essentially going to keep that setting input on until we hit the pressure limit. Not entirely sure how I want to deal with the range. Like at the moment, it's essentially just if it's above. And that should be fine. And I kind of want to have this be arithmetically. But I'm just going to go with the dumb approach initially. So here we have enough pressure. So we want to do SD alloy furnace setting input to 0. We can leave the furnace on for now, just to save us a line. You don't need to be super picky. And then here we add ores to smelt. Which we can actually do. Maybe we do a powered chute. Because we do have some powered chutes out there. So if we do a powered chute, we turn the powered chute on once all of this is done. That way it's just, you know, chuk 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 chuk. Powered chute? Question mark. And then we do activate furnace. And I don't remember. Because we want to do if the recipe hash. Yeah. We want to do R10. Or LD. R10. Alloy furnace. Recipe hash. I believe the recipe hash should be, because if the recipe hash equals to the target, which means the ingot is primed and good to go, we activate it. And then we do reagents. So as long as we have reagents in there, it keeps it opened. Maybe we should do this. Because it doesn't matter, right? We read the recipe hash, we check it, and if the recipe hash is equal to it, it'll open. And then as long as there's reagents inside, or is the recipe hash 0? Yeah, because I think we want to stick there until the reagents are gone. This is gonna be so horrendous in testing because everything's just gonna fucking explode. I know it. And then once all of that is done, we are gonna start doing things. So we're activating the furnace. We're checking if the recipe hash output is valid. If it is, then it's opening it up because it's making whatever we want it to be making. If it's not making whatever we want to be making, we shouldn't be having it open, so it closes it. And then by the time this is done, we want to close it because we just want to make sure that it's closed. Which should be the case if we are here, because that means there's nothing left in the furnace. We should just make sure that this is closed. And then we proceed on to empty furnace. So the furnace is still on. We want to have SD alloy furnace setting output to 5. We want to read the pressure. Emptying the furnace. We're just reading that pressure, and as long as we have more than 0, it keeps looping inside empty furnace. Once the furnace is empty, because we know it's empty, we want to do the same thing but in reverse with the room vent. So we want to do SD room vent mode 1 because we are pulling out of it. SD room vent internal pressure internal set that to 52 MPa because we do have some things that are requiring a higher pressure, unfortunately. Such as wasp alloy. Or it has alloy, I don't know, whichever one of them it is. Which is actually carbon dioxide's liquefaction under pressure. It needs to be under a certain temperature, right? As long as it's really hot, it doesn't matter. Or as long as it's above like 400 Kelvin, we're fine. And then we turn it on. And then we just do room sensor. We read the room sensor. And we read the pressure. And we do the same thing here. We just loop through empty room until the room is empty. Once the room is empty, and at the very start of this, we want to turn on the pump. Now, I can never remember what the modes on the pump is either. So, because this is going in this direction, right? That is mode 1. Mode 0 is going into pump. Mode 0. Mode 0 is into furnace. Mode 1, we want to use mode 1 when we want to fill the storage back up again. So here we want to send it into the tank. Because here we just want to have the pump on so it pulls in. So we actually want to move that. We want to have the mode set first, and then we want to have the pump turn on. So now it's soaking into the tank. And then at the end of this, on clear pipe, we just want to make sure that we read R10 analyzer. And we read the pressure from the analyzer. We haven't added the analyzer. We want to grab that data there. Pipe analyzer to check for clear system before reset. So here we're just reading that analyzer, because by the end of by here we're already pulling out of the room. We've emptied out the furnace completely. We're pulling out of the room. Once the room is empty, the furnace is empty, the room is empty. We just want to make sure that the pipe is also empty. So as long as the pipe itself is above 0, it should just be looping this around. And yes, it's gonna take like 3 seconds to run through the whole code, but that's irrelevant because it's gonna stick in one parchment piece of it in any given time and just progress throughout the code as it goes through the program. So by the end here, we're getting to this reset. And here we should be able to, once we're here, room vent can be set on to 0 because we don't need that one here. We can set this to 0. We're gonna set the output to 0 as well, just to make sure. Just so we're resetting the things. So this is set to 0. This is turning it off. This is setting it to 0. We're skipping turning it off here because we want to save a line, which I don't think we need to, but you know, it is what it is. And then by the time this is here, we should be pretty good. So we should be able to just turn off the pump. And then here we're down into reset. just doing this. Add a little bit of code to context here. There we go. So we are making sure the fill room makes sure that the furnace room is filled with gas of that temperature type. So we're not leaking or radiating any temperature. And then we're filling the furnace. We're waiting until it reaches the pressure limits. We do have a section here in case we want to have powered chutes. So we wait until the actual pressure has been reached. We might need to expand on this to make sure that we are... If we over-pressurize, we need to be able to adjust out of it. So that might be a flaw here. And then proceeding onward. Once we have the output recipe hash corresponding with the target recipe hash, it opens up the furnace and it activates it. And then once it's empty, once it's clear, it no longer has any ingredients remaining or any reagents remaining. It should be popping over. Popping into emptying furnace stage. Which then sets the direction for the pump into the tanks. Turns the pump on. It then turns the furnace output on. And reads the pressure, checks if the furnace is empty. Once it's empty, it allows it to pass onward, disabling the output, turning the furnace off, and then it clears the room, sets the room vent, sets the pressure internal so it can actually get the gas out, turns it on, reads the pressure, keeps cycling until it's empty, turns the room vent off, and then we clear the pipe, do the same thing there. Then we have the start smelting left, so that is turning the pump on and making sure that we don't over pressurize. Actually, we don't want to start smelting until we've set the things. Yeah. Because we don't want to immediately start randomly smelting on whatever is selected on the dial. We want to make sure that we are activating it on the button. That's going to be this guy. That would have been annoying to realize that, hey, wait a minute. Why is it immediately starting to try to smelt things? if the button is not 0, it starts smelting. That way, at least we have a little safety gauge in between there. Now we want to do read. Room sensor, pressure, alloy furnace, pressure. And then we want to do analyzer, pressure. Or because all of these should be 0, right? So or R10, R10, R11, or R10, R10, R12. So here, essentially, if R10 is 1, things have gone bad, and we should not proceed downward into the program. Basically, if we're above 0, we want to go in an error state. And here we just want to have a flashing error light or something. And then it's deal with the problem, reset the code. Probably want to have a reset switch or whatever, but that at least has us with a little bit of a safety thing. Then we proceed onward with starting up the pump, and then making sure that the pump doesn't exceed the safe value. And here we want to do... What do we want to do safety-wise? We want to be rolling something pressure. We want to do LD R10 because we're reusing the value. Analyzer, pressure. We kind of want to have that as a constant. Now the question is, do we want to just do a yaw? Because we've read the values we've gotten out of it. We started the smelting process. RA is available and is empty, and I think we want to keep doing that. So down below read values, pump safety. Or pump pressure. we're gonna do toggle pump. Here we essentially want to do is at the start we don't necessarily want to do don't want to turn it on. We don't need that. Let's do R15 for pump pressure. Just well, let's do R3 pipe pressure. Just so we don't accidentally use it. Something else. Basically pipe pressure if we are less and once again we do want to read this every time, so pipe pressure is less than targeted pressure, which can be 5,000. We don't need we want to read the analyzer and we get the pipe pressure, and then we check if the pipe pressure is less than 5 MPa. Pump on R15. Yeah. Because that means when we start the smelting process, we want to hit y'all toggle pump. And that'll flip us over to the pump and then return in. And the reason why we're doing this is because we want to reuse this. So in every room, in any part of this code where we are getting stuck inside a loop where we are filling something, we want to make sure that we're always checking to make sure that the freaking pump doesn't blow up the pipe. So here we can get stuck inside filled room. We can get in here and we want to make sure that we are checking that pipe all the time. Which is why we're deciding to use, like inside here, inside the toggle pump, we made sure that we're using variables or registry access points. That is not something that we're using anywhere else in the code. And this is just a dumb safety thing, right? So until we're hitting pressure, we are good to go on the pump. Now we get into here, same thing. We still want to make sure that the pump pressure doesn't exceed 5 MPa. Now, once we're in here, we can actually turn off the pump. Because if we reach this point, we are at the correct pressure that we need. We don't need the pump to keep going. That way, no explosions can happen because the pump is not running. And then we activate the furnace, that's doing its thing. And then once we get into empty furnace, we're doing the opposite. We're turning the pump inward, we're turning it on, and then it's basically just going to be running on until it's done. Until it's done its thing. And then by the time it's done its thing, and we have an empty room, we've got a clear pipe, and all of that is awesome. Now what we could do here as well is we could set pump setting to 100 and just crank up the input. And then here we just set the setting to, I don't know, 20. And that should essentially be the full scope of the program we need to automatically run the furnace. I hope. Right? Maybe? Maybe? I hope so. I think we should be pretty good. Now, obviously, I have no idea if we're actually breaking things or whatever else, but you know, it's so far so good. Right? Like it's not doing anything crazy. It's not turning this thing on. It's not changing out values or anything. Now, obviously, it's not looping through all of these settings, so it's not gonna do any of the things until it actually activates. So that's gonna be the big kind of checkup.
Hunger critical.
But it, yeah, let's refill food, let's refill water, and then we get to figure out how we can fill the tanks with the gas required to run the damn thing. We are also gonna grab that power to shoot, I think. Hey, look at that. We no longer have to wait for it. It just...
Hunger caution.
It just does its thing. Sweet. Bam. Drink. Okay. Boom. Anything I need down there? Probably a whole crap ton of things, but you know, we'll figure it out as we... Oh, crap, the freaking rocket. That should be mining. That should not be sitting idly after it's scanned all of those things. Although we did pause most of it. But it is sitting idle. 77%. That should be fine. Turn off the scanner. And as we can see, we're you know, 38% inventory space, hence why I wanted to mine some iron. Mine away. And then hopefully we'll be able to just fill up the entire inventory with this ore. And then we'll just delete this deposit by that time. And that should be good. That's gonna be like 4,000 or 4,000 iron or something. Now, one glaring thing that you probably noticed in this code is the fact that we're not actually requesting anything. Right? Like, there's nothing in here that says, give me, you know, sends a request to the silos saying, give me iron. Or so on. And that's probably gonna end up as a third icy ship. But I will have to simmer on it because I do want to automate the whole thing, and I kind of want to grab. I want to have a vending machine, and I want to automate the silos to send stuff to the vending machine when the vending machine does not have any particular ore available inside of it up to a certain limit. Basically, the vending machine is going to have like 5 stacks of each ore. And if it doesn't have those, the silo will open and it'll ship some. That controller ship is going to sit on silo side of it as an automatic refill of the vending machine. And then this chip is just gonna go not entirely sure how I want to deal with the super alloys. We might need I might need something in here inside the until pressure that says, and this is why I left this comment here, with a now we're ready to process ore, send me ore. And then that gets passed over to another chip that then discerns which ingredients should be passed on which code. So that'll take in like the quantity and whichever else. We'll figure it out. It's convoluted, it's complicated, and it's gonna drain freaking power, but you know, we'll get there. Anywho, I need the bio break, so I will be back in a bit. There we go. So, just pop the camera back on as well. So, let's sift back the music slightly again. Also reminds me that I need to find more playlists as well, because music starts to be a little bit repetitive. Although, you know, elevator music kind of thing is quite nice to just have in the ambient background, but, you know, at a certain point, it does get a little bit tedious. Right. So, at the moment, like I said, we don't really have anything that fetches the ores. That makes sense? Right? And we don't really have a whole heck load of space anywhere else. So it is going to be a third IC chip. To handle this. Part of me almost wonders if I want to do that inside this guy and split the registry up and add an ingredient type and an ingredient quantity. It's like 2 more memory chips and do that, but that it feels like it's escalating, but at the same time, yeah, maybe it's not. Because right now we can select the thing we want to have, and we can hit activate, and it'll prep the furnace for the thing we want. But we basically want a third program that is checking for it's authenticating for the hash, the target hash value. And then it checks if the furnace is ready to receive. And then it requests based on that input. The problem is that's going to be as much freaking data as that first chip. We're going to need a new housing. Should have made more. Made another chip, but I didn't make another housing. We're also gonna need a vending machine. Which I don't think we have gold for, but, you know, vending. We barely have anything for that fucking thing. Okay, so. Let's start off by shoving in some of these things. And then we'll see where we're at. We do need another housing, which is going to require us to do more steel, which we do have steel now, so that's less of an immediate issue. And then we do a vending machine. Hey, look at that, electrum, just what we needed. And then gold, just what we needed. Because we don't need the refrigerated vending machine, because vending machines even if you have ice in the vending machine, the ice isn't gonna evaporate. That makes sense. We just need the vending machine to be able to act as an intermediary in between the things we want to have. And that's just because the silos works essentially like slot machines. You pull the handle, out pops an ore piece. But there's no way to select a specific quantity to output from a silo. It's basically... can you do activate? Can you activate and have it toggle just one? I need to know this. But even then, I think I still want the vending machine as a singular point of interest. And we are going to need another housing, and we're going to need another IC-10 chip because we need more of them. Because we're going to need an IC-10 chip that handles all the automation for the vending machine. Which we're also going to need to work our head around. Like I said, there's a lot of automation that's going to be happening. While I won't have a stream tomorrow because it's Sunday, I am also kind of free tomorrow and on Monday. So we might actually do a longer stream tonight. With a bit, because I kind of want to get this freaking shit out of the way. Because like, done. We have one powered chute here. We just want to have a powered chute, right? Yeah, we have a powered chute. Although we don't necessarily need... Do we need the power chute? Not if we're using vending machine. We're only calling on the vending machine once we want the resources. Vending machine has... Do you have stages to build in, or is it... It's just a plonk down done. Yeah, it's just a plonk down done. Do I even want to have that available in the open space is the question. Like I might actually want to have that over here. For the automation purposes. Like do I want to see the vending machine out here? Because the vending machine's just going to go a chute and it's going to go in the back here. Kind of not. I'm thinking not. Did we have more frames done here? I think we're screwed on frames. Yeah. Yeah, no, we it did. What the hell? Oh, it's not. There we go. Build space, plastic sheets. Right. Yeah. We did need. We do need plastic pieces to actually build it, but that's the power connection. That's the data connection. Do 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 do. Do you know the data connection is going to be going here? And we can hook that up over here. And this is also what is going to go into the silo in terms of the input. So that thing is going to be drilled into the wall. Bam. How many pieces of wire is that? That is fine. There we go. Nice. And then we do rid of you, and then we grab that. Do I want to just grab that there, maybe? Look at that, almost at the end of this. Beautiful. Because now we also know where these chutes are going to be coming. While we may extend it onward later, etc., etc., we can do this right away. And that is another huge step towards the progress of automation. Two more pieces of chutes, and we'll have the output system from the silos hooked up. Now what we are also going to do is we are going to take this data cable, and this is also why we made sure to separate out all of the data cables. We don't need you to keep running, spinning boy. Ooh, that's a little bit terrifying. There we go. So that's a whole crap ton of gold. And as always, it's gonna poop out some reagent mixture in there. But as you can see here, as soon as it has something to stack, it works, it's nice, and it turns off, and it's automatically adjusting and everything in between. Now, I am curious. I am very, very, very curious. What does the activate do on a silo? Because it has the parameter, and I know activate usually does like, you know, output 1 unit, or, you know, sends a pulse or whatever, whichever. Do this. Export just for safety. Bam. Import. Grab that computer. Grab blue wire because accurate color wire. So, what does happen if I take this guy, right? And we put down this guy. Holy smokes. The freaking pling sound. Don't know where that pling sound is coming from. Swear to God, it's some weird new Discord sound or something. Because I don't recognize it being a notification for anything else, unless it's a tab I have opened somewhere. That shouldn't be the case. Steam, not the case. OBS, no? Ooh. Okay, yeah. So, 48219. So that's a silo, and then we just do a oh yeah, because this thing doesn't have power. I forgot about that. I haven't hooked up. This blue data cable is supposed to be connected up to the data cable up here. I was just not sure where it would be convenient to pull the data cable up. But now I do have a data cable connection available here. We are just gonna plonk this down. Since this data network needs to communicate with the silo storage in order to withdraw items and whichever else. But there's nothing in here that's going to be drawing power, so that's not an issue. The only thing drawing power from the data network is going to be up inside the furnace room. There we go. Now that ship has power. It is setting it to activate, but the activate is not actually doing anything. And this is... What is the mode on it as well? Like... Because the only thing I can think of is accurately... Evidently, this is not working. I was hoping for it to magically, you know, somehow just go like, oh, yeah, it works. Obviously not the case. So the only thing you can do is you can hit open and have it count the export versus how many things you want. However, because it's not going to be accurate enough, because you are going to be off by a tick here and there, that means it's not accurate enough for what I wanted to use it for. It's rarely accurate enough for anyone to do the thing you want it to be used for. So what I'm thinking is have it export a set amount of ore into the vending machine, which we are going to need to get plastic to actually do this and to test it out. We also need another couple of chutes. So the inaccuracy of the silos wouldn't matter because, or the, you know, if it's one stack of ore too much, it doesn't matter on the grand scheme of things. Because the program that is controlling the vending machine would just go, I want 4 stacks of this material, always. Give me enough for this, or something in those lines. Probably do like 10 stacks of all materials. And then it would still do the calculation on the silo. But it would then allow us to, when we want to smelt metals, we can extract this from the vending machine itself and go just activate, and we know 100% sure that we are only getting full stacks. And I forgot the freaking plastic. We're only getting full stacks, and with those full stacks, yeah, just keep a couple of stacks stocked in the vending machine. If power wasn't expensive, I'd consider a vending machine per ore fed by silos. Yeah, definitely. I mean, arguably, on other planets, as an example, if you do insulated power housings, so you don't have one massive power grid for things, you just have each location has its own power generation. You could even go as far as to instead of having silos, just roll with vending machines. You'd store less overall, but then you have access to the vending machines right away, and you don't need to fiddle around with the silos as an intermediary, or vending machine as the intermediary, because the vending machine would be the storage you're using it for. Now, arguably, you could just place more, if you have a vending machine as the primary pull per ore type, you could just chain more silos and just have them loop on, and you'd have basically an indefinite storage. What am I looking for? I'm looking for plastic. We not have any plastic sheets? Are we out of plastic sheets? Silos just get handy when you need like more than 100 stacks of any given thing. Yeah. I mean, since we're up here, we might as well just grab a bite. Actually pop you in here. We seem to be lacking plastic sheets, so let's just make a couple. I mean, plastic sheets on my brain. The vending machines are nice because you have that precision, whilst the storage with the silos is nice because you have the bulk capacity. If neither is... I sworn I heard pipe. Yeah, there is a pipe that isn't agreeing somewhere. Maybe we did need the rocket to grab that. Well, the rocket is carrying one. It's carrying one band. Is it you? No. Or is it this pipe when it's emptying quickly? I could have sworn I heard a pipe creaking. It's not these guys. But then again, the weird pipe sounds, they reach pretty dang far. How is the rocket doing? Speaking of the rocket. %. It is mining away. But yeah, we did deplete one silicon deposit, which is like 3,000, 4,000 silicon. So there's plenty of silicon that's coming back to the base. Now I'm just terrified over having to mine all of that hydrogen to refill the damn thing again. Is that automation for biomass? Desperately needed. How much power is the vending machines actually eating? Like 100 watts or something? That's a project for later. Yeah. Essentially, yeah. Now, if we had a frame, I could put the chip right here, in behind the vending machine. Using regular vending machine, not refrigerated for stacking. For the purpose here, I don't need the stacker. Because all ore that pops out of the silos are always guaranteed to be 50 units. Because we have a stacker in front of the silos. So I never have to worry about the stack sizes. Yeah, and always working in sets of 50 for the furnace. Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't bother with, you know, like, oh, I want to smelt 24 units of stellite. It's going to be, here, have 50 or none.
Waste tank caution.
Frames. Thank you. Do we have more frames here? Or have I eaten all of the frames? I think I've eaten all of the frames. A little bit sad, but here, have some more steel. I need some more frames. How to do? Hey. Oh yeah. And then we just do this and we just weld it up, and that's essentially just, you know, shutting off this room. Okay, so now that we have a frame there, we can actually place the housing down. And the reason why this was such a nice place is because we can get power from that one to reduce our load a little bit on the other network. Problem is we don't really have a lot of heavy cables at the moment. Bam, there we go. Done. So we've got, what is it, 100? We got 99. We got 1 import, 1 export, and then we have 99 regular storage slots. And in terms of ore that we're going to be wanting here, it's going to be silicon, silver, lead, nickel, gold, iron, cobalt, copper, coal, charcoal probably as well, as a replacement for the coal. But it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if I do like 6 of each ore, it should be fine. And every so often it's going to be like 7 or 8 in there, but it's still going to have the leeway of whichever. So here comes this here comes the next stage in this automation. And that's getting the ore into the vending machine. Once we have the ore into the vending machine, we're good. Vad håller vi på med? 5B402. Is that a D or a 2? $970. $373,970. Now I have a cat helper here again. It's a D. You are being very helpful, yet also not helpful. Okay, so how do we deal with this now? Vending machine, vending machine, vending machine. So we want to read, iterate over, and check our quantity. We don't want total quantity. We want to check. Oh, do we have a ratio? Oh yeah, that's the fill level. Oh. Because we can do... Oh yeah, we can't use... Oh, god damn it. Okay. Because we're dealing with slots, we can't use device things. We just want to do ore vendor. Or dispenser. Because we're dealing with slots, we can't use direct ID. Dispenser. Hash. Don't know if that's how you spell it. Probably not, but you know, it is what it is. I always love the collection of cabinets paired with perpetual floorage. You've lost me. You you have lost me there. He pretends to not see the comment. I don't know. I don't know. You I'm lost. this base just deals with constant earthquakes, you know? Ah. That's slightly slightly frustrating. So okay. So I need to specify a slot index, right? Can I just iterate over each? Like, I could have sworn... Like, for logic slot type, right? Like, filter type... Occupied, occupant hash... Like, we can get the occupant hash of a specific slot, we can get quantity... But I could have sworn... Is it... Because we don't want to deal with reagents here, but... Is that just doing the one slot? I mean, we could do a crude for loop and just go through each up to the indexed roof. This quantity is relevant. Because we basically want to get the occupant hash. And then count... Returns the hash of the structure in the slot. Because we want to grab that occupant hash. Anyone have a good way of dealing with this? Because my brain is just not... Is there anything sensible on the Wikipedia for this? I could have sworn there was... Like, you can do occupied if there is something in it. And if there is something in it, it grabs the occupant hash. But... it feels like I'm going in circles around what I actually want. What I actually want is... get... essentially... loop through the index. For loop, please. And we want to check occupant hash for each hash type. Add 1, 2. Basically, if it goes iron equals add iron 1. And then just loop over that, check the next one. And then by the end of it, it prints out how many we have. If we have less than the set amount for these things, we tell the specific silo to be open for this certain amount of exports that we wanted. God, this is gonna get so fucking complicated so quickly. Oh, my brain. My brain is not braining tonight. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. So alias index R0 move. Also, we're gonna have the freaking ad surprised me. Move index to 1. Or move index to 2, sorry. What is the max? 1 or 2? 1 or 1. How do I do this in a not just a dumb fashion? Can I do this a little bit more clever than what my head wants to do right now? Because at the moment my head just wants to do, fuck it, let's just do a comparison for each freaking war type. Yeah, I just kind of want to do this. And then just iterate over all the different ores. And then just have the hashes. So we'll see. I'll write this up and what am I missing here? Nickel and silicon. I don't know. This is extremely dumb, but it's the maximum my brain capacity really can afford right now. If anyone has a better idea or a better solution for this, please let me know, because I am just gonna go with the dumb solution right now. Do I even have enough numbers for this? I don't know. I don't know why I wanted these to be registers. They shouldn't be registers. They should just be a freaking value. So we've got the counts for these. And we want to iterate through each index value. Because I'm assuming there's a better way of just like vending machine. How much in total do you have in? Because you can read the quantity of the whole damn machine, but that doesn't help me. I need a specific I need to know the specific types that is in each slot so I can tell how much is in the total machine. So we just grab the occupant hash, load that in R0, and if R0 basically R1 if R0 is equal to iron, do I need them on a registry? Or does it make more sense to branch it? Yeah, you know what? Let's just go back to the original thing. Let's go with the dumb approach and let's pretend I don't know how to do this. And my brain is with me. My approach would be loop through the stack with item count desired set, reset count to 0. Loop through the vending machine for each slot, find the item in the stack, get the current count, add one. Yeah. Yeah, but I still need to iterate through the whole damn thing. They would need to look. Or would I do... I guess I could iterate it one at a time? Because my thinking is... It looks... It reads the slot occupant hash. And it goes... Huh, this is the hash value. What do I do with it? Well, if this hash value is an iron ore, it should add 1 to the iron count. If it's, you know, whichever whatever else. And it's super annoying, super repetitive. Like if we do it stupidly like this, right? That's my thinking. If it's... Add the coal. Add the silver. Add to lead. Add the cobalt. Add to nickel. Probably forgetting an ore, but you know, where you are. Add silicon. And then once again, we need to go through all the damn things here. I don't like doing it this way. But I'll probably figure out a better way of doing it after I've done through a sleeps or whatnot. Oh yeah, true. You can use the stack as a singular value thing if you want to. But yeah, so RSP? Oh. Nope. Doesn't want to do that. Because it's its singular value, but you can use SP as a value. Because you can write directly into the stack. And use that as like a 16th or a, 17th item. I just don't like doing it this way because it feels dumb. Like, there's so many more smarter solutions to this, but they're not visiting my brain right now. Keep these things to a data set instead of the actual web used to. Yeah. Like, I'll probably come up with a solution for it as I'm poking at it, just... Like I said, this is the crude way of doing it. It's not pretty, it's not effective, but it works. Like, this will still do it. I don't like doing it this way, but, yeah, it is what it is right now. You only lose one line, but save a ton of execution if you make those branches normal and jump to a label at the end of those branches. Do you mean just jumping out of it to a specific point? Oh, yeah. And that's because, like, that's fine. Because it iterates through it, and then it runs through the iteration check. I mean, granted, that is true. I can do skip here. Like, I can do this. That's true. Since I'm already using it. And that would still allow me to use RA here. We can skip the ALs. Yeah. But that's essentially half the freaking code just to run the comparison. And I forgot to pause again. God damn it. Because we're moving the index to 1, and then we're adding ones. We start the iteration on index number 2, which is our first slot. We run through and check if it is equivalent to anything. If it is equivalent to something, we add it. We add it to 0. Once we're through the iteration, we get back into main loop. We have iterated through the inventory and now have collection sets. Now the problem here is we basically want to check if any register value is lower, it wants to open us. Oh, this is turning into a freaking nightmare in my head. How the hell do I do this? Because even if I did... Also, thank you, cat. Changed my sensitivity. Because if I wanted to iterate through the entirety of it, I need to copy that comment from you, Poison, because getting lost in my brain. So inside the loop, So I would do... Still not sure how to cleanly do that. Because if we do... Let's say we do... We push... we push silver ore. And then we push the count of it. That would be because that doesn't need to be a register then. It can be any value, right? Hey. Nej. I have a little bit of a cat situation here. She wants attention. And it's partially she wants me to go to sleep. Because she is not content until she has complete control over me being in bed under the freaking blanket slash whichever, whatever. And he can snuggle in on my feet because cat. So when my sleeping rhythm is a little bit off, she gets a little bit cranky. But if we push the silver count, okay, and then we push on. Strax nu idiot. Well, yeah, so, you know, it would be the item type, the count, and then the target. I'm just gonna do this. just so I can have the hash value of it. I can copy paste the hash values easy from the side of it. Yeah, it usually do that. So do I iterate over the entire thing? Per pop? Would that make sense? If I rip the yield because we don't need, like, it's gonna cycle through here anyway. I can do the yield behind the iterate. So we read the occupant hash of the index, right? We go into the first or the second slot, we read it, and then we do let's just skip this. Have an idea. You may have given me an idea. Handed me an idea. I don't know, delivered it. Because that my brain's not here. So my thinking is if we I abuse Visual Studio Code for this. And access in friendly RAM. Yeah. If we do push values, right? Push values. Move SP to the end of the list on each vending machine slot, searching iterative search for that. That's for each item. Yeah, so my thinking was we're searching through the index, right? And then we're iterating through the whole index level, and we do, so inside iterate we pop R1. We do, let's just you want, I know this is against logic here, but we are just doing this. I'm gonna move my alias down there. I want to have my defines above. That there. So, walking the list of item types per slot is not as bad as walking 100 slot per item type to count. Oh yeah. So my initial thing here is just clearing the device. And then we push the values, we iterate, and then we return around, and that clears the values again. Because what we want to do is we want to check for the values, and then once we've iterated through it and have the collections, we can just request the items. Now, we got the ore target. Because that's the item type. That's the count. And that's our target. Would it make sense to have these as R1, 2, 3? Maybe. I don't know what's more reasonable, readable. But our target is 6. Count is going to be 0 here. And then that'll be the hash value for the item. So hash value for the item. Do I need the target? I can just do count, right? Like I don't need the target in here. Because that's irrelevant until we're out of the iterate. Because the target's going to be the same for all ores. We want to have that 6 value. Yeah. Because I just need the count and I just need the hash value. But I still need to define... I still need each individual counts. I should have saved them, but you know, it is what it is. Because I need... I was a little bit too excitable. Because I need... Right, but if I'm not... If I don't have the individual types... How the hell do I tell the silo that I need X amount? Unless I do it inside here before it exits the loop. And then I'd need to iterate over all 101 index values to summarize all of these. Essentially, I would need to do check count if less than target request from silo associated. So I would need to push the silo with the hash value. And then I would wait for the silo to dispense the missing amount and then proceed on to the next type. I think that might work. But I need to run down and get the silos. Because here I basically need iron silo. Because the count would then be a static value inside here. This would be the silo. We would grab the hash value for the item. And we would grab the silo that's associated. So if, in our case, selected type, selected silo, and then here we would do we would set the count to 0. And then we would go into iterate. It would grab the type, it would grab the silo. It would check the index slots. And then it would do for each type add 1. Or, you know, for each type. Essentially. And then once it's iterated over all the entirety of the index, it would check the count. And it would do silo open wait until export count equals difference in count to target. You're thinking the opposite. You're thinking having an individual count value you can ignore silo while doing the count. Yeah, I don't need to use the silo value, but I still need to have the silo inputted in there. So I would do since I would have this as an individual thing. Let's do total ore instead. That's going to be a define total ore. And that's going to be 0. And then we do count as the R1. So we grab, we do that. I think I'm with you now. But yeah, I'm gonna need to grab, actually, so if we want to be dirty, we should be able to just do this, right? Like, we should be able to push the hash value for the silo directly onto the stack. And then we just do if R0 equals select the type, add name them item hash, name of each ore. I mean, that is kind of funny. But yeah, this like it can just push the the what have you. Ooh, see, it makes sense, but I'm also terrified over using that. I would probably call it like silo iron ore or something. But yeah, you know, close enough. So we grab the type, we grab the silo, we grab the count, and then we push the values. But wouldn't we, like, it's gonna loop back somewhere, right? So I would need to, at the end of each iterate, I would need to push the values onto the stack again. You're mixing it, you would want to push your items before you loop to recount. Well, yeah, so right now, we're pushing the values, but like we're grabbing all of these all of these things is, you know, We can separate these out just to have them clarified. And yes, I'm gonna add, you know, the on iterate, you probably don't want to pop like you're walking the stack. You want to walk the vending machine, find the current item hash in the stack, increment that. But isn't that what I was trying to do initially? Or like, I don't know. I've lost myself so many times here. My initial thought. My initial thought was essentially like iterate over right. LBNS, the vending machine item hash, which is what we're doing. We're grabbing whatever is inside the current index value that we're looking at. But in my head, in my head, I would pop the count. There's the freaking, I swear to God, there's some weird notification thing going on. Yeah, so my thinking was, I would pop the values, and then kind of weird having it under iterate, but essentially, you know, we can move these out. Just to kind of clarify it a little bit. So essentially, I would pop the type, pop the silo, pop the count, and then I would walk the entire inventory of the vending machine, and I would count and add for each unit that is inside that vending machine. Right? And then that would add up, and then that would spit out the specific type I'm looking at right now and see how many units I'm missing of that type. Right. So doing that, you do 100 iterations per item. That is very accurate, which means it's going to be like 800 iterations to run through the whole thing. Yes. Oh yeah. I think the inverse of that, I do a linear search of 10 items per vending slot, which is landed. Didn't math in the count silos into the... Well, the silos are, like, the silos are relevant. The silo is generally relevant because you're not comparing the occupant hash to the silo. It's just my brain is not computing how I store the data into the stack. Once I've popped / trying to iterate it multiple times over the same, like, going over the whole thing. And it's just, I think it's just my brain being a little bit sleep deprived right now. More than anything. There we go. I think that is the correct ones. And then it's just renaming all of the actuals. So I think I have them named. I think they're called like SBD Silo something, right? No. Well, these guys aren't, but yeah. I don't remember if I had any code that specifically did anything to them. There we go. Yeah, so if you're walking the whole vending machine per item hash in your stack, you don't need counts in the stack since you'll have a full count at that moment. And then you can put in your request to the silo right then. Keeping count on the stack was a necessity for my inverted approach, where I would need to accumulate those values over 100 vending slots at the same time. Yeah, but I don't understand how I'm pushing the values back onto the stack. So, like, the process being read occupant in slot 1, or, you know, in slot 3. And load pop selected type to compare from stack. Unless you're reading through the, you know, unless you're actually just reading the address and then incrementing the address. And then it is compare if occupant is equal. So far, it makes sense, right? But how do I, because we're going to be looping over that same slot 8 times, where the hell do I store the temporary value for that count unless I do individual count stacks? Like my brain is not computing. It probably makes sense, but my brain's just like when I want to move over to slot 4, how the hell do I put the values back into the stack without causing an absolute mayhem? It my brain is just not braining. Since your top level loop is your ore types on the stack, you don't need to go back onto the stack. You can keep count in a register, run the vending machine. Add up your count and request if need. Right. Yes, I can just I'll just I'll just do the dumb straightforward approach. So if I move the count, I set the count to 0. I don't need to pop the count because we're assuming that it's 0 by the time it starts. We grab the selected type and we grab the silo. Actually, I wanted to keep them here. And then once we're done through the loop on this, we go through the yield, and this is where we just compare this is where mine, which I might still build my way. Yeah. So the difference and like the kind of delays that you get here is when I iterate over the vending machine, I get the summarized value that we want. But when I want to put in the request for more ore to be sent from the silo, I need to pause the whole thing, essentially, because it needs to sit and wait until it's verified that it's shipped the amount from the silo, which, you know, it takes like, 2 seconds or something, but that's 2 seconds per type that it needs to just idle until it waits until the next one. Now, it shouldn't be that much of an issue because we're talking about like, you know, a 30-second accumulation on something that once automated is not gonna matter because it's gonna be you go in, you hit the button. Since you have several more ores to search for, you can wait for a lot less than that. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like it's gonna wait for the idle time until it closes the hatch, and then once the hatch, you know, once the silo has exported the ore, it's popped it. So, because we basically have export ore, and in here we get into a oh, and I forgot to freaking pause again. Damn it. So if our let's use our dispensable one. So R10. So if our count is less than our target or target, we want to grab that SBN. We're gonna need to have the freaking fine silo. I hate and love the fact that you need to define these. It's great for filtering with names, but it's, you know, it's also slightly annoying. Selected silo, and then open and R10. Now, this is where the conundrum comes in. Actually, we can actually do that here. We can do SBN silo, selected silo. And we can do, there is a variable to purge memory, right? Yeah, clear memory. Clear memory 1. Open silo, yield, close silo. Yeah. That's essentially what I was doing with the other program that I had for automation on Vulkan. But the problem is it wasn't accurate enough because sometimes that yield ended up just in sync in between ticks. So it would pop out an extra ore stack, which is why I want to use the vending machine instead. Because the vending machine, I can accurately just hit activate for each unit I need. So inside this loop, I don't need that yield here. It'll iterate over all of these, and then it'll do a clear memory. It'll go into export ore, and then we're gonna read the count compared to the ore target. And if it is less, we want to do that. And then we are going to do a BLT, and we are going to grab our, we need to read that data. R11 silo, selected silo. What is that? Export count. Read that export count, and if our R11 is less than how do I want to do this? Do I want to do it that way? Yeah, that's that's what I just realized. I think I just want to set this to open. And then instead of doing a comparison here, we just do R10. And when we do, what is it? Or target. Subtractions are never my strong suit. It's the other way, right? It's or target minus the count. Because or target is what we want. Count is what we have. Or yeah, or target is what we want, so that's turns it into 6 minus whatever the count is, which is the positive value remaining. Yeah. And then as long as the export count is less than R10, we want to keep looping back over export OR. And that's where our yield comes in. We want to do that before we're looping back. Because once our export count is... Oh yeah, you are right. BLT should probably not be what we're using. Should probably be BLE. Or do I want BLT? You know what? Let's just do BLT. Fuck it. Once it's exported all the ore it needs. Just musing on the idea of a summage. Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to close the silo. That comes in here. There you go. So that closes the silo. Once we're past it, figured I'd spare that oversight. Yeah, my brain has just not gotten to that point yet. It's rereading the code. We're opening the silo, checking the export. We're waiting. We're jumping back if you know what? I want to move that read. But do I just have the yield right away up here? I mean, we could have it at the actual top. And then we just wait half a second, subtract, open the hatch. Actually, yeah, that is true. But I also have we also want to do R10, R10. Because another thing that we're not checking for is right now it's like we've gone through this thing. And then we're assuming that we're adding ore. So I need to control for if the ore target I mean, we could do skip, right? We could just do a skip. And then we do this. Actually, we could do... we just do this. We want to do the other way around. We don't want to have it... don't want to have... Oh, can we check negative values or do I need to invert it? Basically, if this is... That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, less than or equal to 0. Bless. I rarely use this. But yeah, so if we're less than, because we're subtracting the ore target from count, so in the case of the fact that we are actually at the set value, we want to skip the export ore. If we don't skip the export ore, we want to open up the silo, we want to read the export count, and we want to make sure that we keep looping through this until we reach that. And up here we clear the memory of the silo. Let's actually move that down just so it's more readable. Clear memory before walking into export ore. There we go. Okay, so that should be all right. And that then pops us back to RA, which pops back into main, clears the stack. The only thing that we need to have... The only thing we need to have now is things running. And if this is working, we should see... we probably got code breakage here, but... yeah, it just did the one thing because I think I forgot something critical. Maybe not. I did forget something critical. And that is if the silo is empty. Because in case the silo is empty and it cannot restock because it gets stuck in the export ore, what we can do here is we can add that safety here as well. So if we do LBN, we do our... we're using R10s. We don't want to override it. Let's do R12. Silo. Selected silo. Quantity. Summary. And if... basically, if the silo is empty. Do I want to do that inside export ore? I probably want to do that inside export ore because it can also get stuck inside export ore while waiting to export more. We probably want to read the silo quantity. And then in case R12 is empty, we just do skip. Because... oh, yeah, and if... yeah, we want to move this out here as well. So we want to move that in skip to make sure that regardless of where we're jumping from, it always makes sure that the selected silo is closed. It does one iteration, and then it gets stuck. Let's grab an LED here. A little bit far away from everything I would have wanted to diagnose the diagnostic things here, but you know, we're working without floor. It is what it is. Let's just debug 5BAFA. Let's just sneak this in here. So we want to grab SD setting index. Yeah, so we're getting to the first pop. And we're getting in here. So our index is 2. And we're reading the vendor, we're reading the dispenser, we're reading the occupant hash. Because it's not looping. Somewhere it's not looping. We're going into skip. Are we going into skip directly? Oh, right. Yeah, because we're going into... Right. Because we're not actually popping the values. We're storing the values, but we're not popping them because we are going into iterate. We're not going into next. That's why. Okay, that didn't help, but it made progress. I think. Okay, so we clear the stack. We hit push values, which pushes all of the things in there. And then we move count to 0. And then we hit next. We go into next. We pop our selected type. We pop our selected silo. We did end on it, right? Yeah, so we type silo. See, I swear to God, I can never get the hash values to work like this. Because I know you're supposed to be able to. But my hash values won't work like this. Just for argument's sake, let's see what happens if I do this. Oh. Well, no difference there. I always have problems with pushing hash values directly. What the hell else could it be? True, you can do that. $11,03972. Yeah, so it's getting that first silicon. I'm thinking if there's something else that I broke here. Like, right. That's my thinking. If we just comment this out, see if it's... Yeah, it's failing at the B&E. It can't break in somewhere. Well, the count isn't the problem. It's the index. It's the index that's breaking. I don't even want to know how much gold is in here now. But we got gold order delivered. uh like every time we iterate, right? It should grab the index, add it to 1, store it as the index. Oh. We're never reading the index. Does it matter if we're reading the index? I don't know if my brain is capable of this. Like, right. But for the iteration. Right, the index should be fine. No, because we're writing to the index here, right? And but even then, like it's not. Oh, right. Yeah, we should have that there. That will allow us to remove it from there. Because then when it pops the next values, it moves count to 0. Ah, it's fucking weird. Count is 0 here, that's not a problem. Index is 1, which is a problem. But even if... do something stupid, like not equal to 100. That loop seems to be failing, and I do not understand why. It feels like I'm doing something... Yeah, it's not erroring. Like, it's not... Index should be starting at 2. But we have it set to... It sets the index to 1 initially. And then at the start of the loop, it adds 1 to the value. So the index here should always be 2. Like, the index there should not be 1. I don't know how that's possible. How is... Okay, I'm confused. Now, honestly speaking, it probably doesn't matter. Because it's still just reading the slot. Ooh, it does. Hang on. Wait, alias on your index overlaps your scratch variables in the loop? Wait, what scratch? Wait, what? I am obviously confused. Not that there's a... Oh, right. Because, yeah, I see where this is going. Let's just change the index to R4. Yeah, that would cause the issue, because we are reading the index, we're adding to the index, and then we're writing over the index saying, hey, there's nothing in here. And I want to keep that to Blee. Yeah.
Hydration critical.
There we go. Incorrect logic slot type at 26. Yeah. Yeah. Which is why I had it to less than 101. Because I was afraid it was gonna jump to 102 and then go poopy. It shouldn't go to 102. If it goes to 102, it should letting it pass. Why are you not letting it pass? Oh, right, yeah. Index doesn't get set to 0. That is also very true. There we go. Thank you. Now I think we have a lot of gold in this dispenser. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, no, so now that we have things in order and we know what was breaking it, we can look at actually fixing those things. So if we put the index to 1 here, it's gonna start on 2, which fixes our general problems. No, stop. Don't send more gold. Don't send more gold. Did we stop the program before? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. And then we just have an infinite amount of gold in this dispensary, which... Is it cycling through? We got some gold, boys. We got some gold. I mean, it essentially filled up the machine. When it was erroring out on the gold. But we're making progress. We are definitely making progress. And thank you very, very much for the assistance on this, because granted me tired brain, but still having an extra set of eyes or extra 5 sets of eyes, absolutely fantastic. You catch silly mistakes. Now I wonder how much freaking gold is in here. Because it felt like it filled the damn bending machine. Hey, there we go.
Health low.
Why is it feeling like it's well, I mean, I'm gonna need to get some food and some water, but why is it feeling like it's handing out way too much gold? Also, yes, I'm checking in on the rocket at the same time. Oh, we're pretty freaking solid. How do you feel about turning off the silos for a moment? Any particular idea
Hunger caution.
as to why? I mean, it's not like they're draining power. Oh, I see. Kind of, putting it into a little bit of a reset state. Yeah, but the reset or you know, turning off the chip is then important to catch in, like if it's in a transitional state. I don't know, maybe it didn't. It just felt like it. But it feels like it's filling with way more ore than what it should be filling it with. Like our math is way off somewhere, kind of level of mishap. Hey, cheese is scared of yellow. What kind of cheeses are you going for? The nice little red spicy cheese, or maybe blue moldy cheese? Yeah, I'm leaning towards just slapping in a sleep in between. Because something is wonky. I mean, it could be the fact that it has something stored in, or I'm forgetting to reset the value somewhere. Like it's used to like blue cheese. Yeah, I've never been a fan of it. I don't know. It's one of those things that never really agreed with me. Okay, so it's feels like it's emptying out the whole damn silo. Hey, you even play Warthunder? If you want to stream that, I'll check in when I can. I do combat stuff on Fridays, so you just missed it yesterday. And if you check, I think it should be featured somewhere, like the highlight from a highlight from yesterday. Absolutely freaking insane. One of the best matches I've had in War Thunder in a long while. Absolutely crazy. Do check that out. I do mainly top tier, either ground or air. It's been a lot of flying lately. And then do some silver grinding in 6-3 Germany. So, okay. Now that we have that hooked and shuffled away, all of the silos are closed, right? Yes, they are closed. Now, I am thinking, what if we adjust the program to do a little bit of debugging? So we check, because I'm curious on the count. basically, we're reading the occupant hash. And any time that the occupant hash is equal to the selected type, we set a 1. And then we add that to the count. And then we iterate over it again. Yeah, no, my partner and her family will gobble up brie like crazy. It's okay for me. Like it's edible, but it's, you know, I'd rather pass over it to someone that actually enjoys it. So we're reading the dispensary and occupant hash. We're throwing that into R0. We are sequence and comparing it. That should be a 1 by here. And then we're adding that count. And then iterating it. And then we're subtracting the OR target from the count. We are moving into yield. We are reading the silo. If the silo is empty, we're skipping it. We open it up. We're reading R11 with the export count. And then as long as the export count is less than the difference we want, I'm thinking here, let's set this thing here to R10. And let's see what it actually wants to ship. And then you know, I'll do it in code because I'm lazy. We'll just we'll turn off the silos for safety. We just do inside start. We just do we just turn all the silos off. Okay, so we are getting 6 there. I'm guessing it's because
Waste tank caution.
as the value we are getting is correct. Hey Debbie, you're up way too late again. Yes, I am. I am. But it's fine. It's fine. So we're getting the correct value. So we clear memory of the silo. Why are we getting too many? Fighting a single small project that's part of this bigger project. Yeah, that is very true. Like, why are we getting so much gold? Doesn't make any sense. It's saying that it wants 6 units, right? Or is it because it's freaking out when it's a negative? Is the negative value screwing us over? Is that it? Like if we exceed the quantity inside the device and we flip to a negative value, we should be safeguarded with this skip. And then we're doing we're checking the quantity of the silo and we're skipping it if the silo's empty. We open up the silo and then we read the export count. My guess is that if we're counting the gold twice before the gold makes the trek through the chute. But it shouldn't matter because it should be counted as soon as it exits. Oh. Yeah. Right. Yeah, because I probably need like 5 seconds or something. Right? I mean, we could tell it to wait. You know what we could do? We instead of waiting for it, we do we do this. So with the vending machine and up here, we clear the memory of the vending machine as well. And then we do inside export because we are receiving ore. We'll read our import count. And if our import count is not equal to the export count of the silo, we're looping back into wait for import. So if actually we can do a BLT are 13, are 11. So if our import count is less than the silo export count, line 43, you go to your new loop as well instead of skip. Oh yeah, yeah, since that's relative to the export ore. True, very good catch. That way we're waiting to make sure that the vendor has received the items being exported from the silo before it proceeds on to the next check. That should avoid the gold spam. And the only reason the gold in particular happens is because we have so much of it and it's closer than the iron ore. So the iron ore gets to sit and wait or something. I don't know. That should hopefully remedy our situation. Actually, we shouldn't need this, we shouldn't need that. Because that loop safety thing is already managing it. Nope. It is not. It is definitely not. I don't know at this point. I honestly don't know. I am so lost. I don't know why this doesn't work. Like in my head, this should have worked. As long as the import count of the device is less than the export count, we wait. And it should not allow it to proceed onward. Oh. Because we're not closing the silo anymore. That's why. Although, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing both. It's got one in skip just for safety, and then it has one in. Oh yeah, because we're doing a wait for import. I'm just throwing this fucking everywhere. When in doubt, just throw it in every freaking location. Because that was generally the problem. But that also means that we have like a gazillion amount of gold stacks to clean out again. Oh no. Ah well, it's better than you know, things exploding, I guess. We'll get to the explosions tomorrow. Or, you know, in 36 hours or something. At least we never have pumps behaving like this. Yeah, no, pumps behaving like this, they manifest very, very violently instead. At least this is just some harmful gold just rolling around on the floor. I love the fact that, you know, we haven't even gotten to some iron yet. It's just a massive amount of gold. The fact that it's 5 units left in that silo has me a little bit terrified. You know what I wish I'd built down here by now? No, an unloader. That'd be convenient. Okay. So now it got stuck instead. We've cleaned out the gold. We've eliminated a few issues, and I'm guessing there is an issue with the closing parameter now that it is a little bit sad over. How many stacks of gold do we have in total? 34 or something? Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, so something else is causing an issue now. Because now it's the opposite. Now we're not getting items at all, even though we are clearly wanting some items. So, what the hell broke now? Yeah, let's break this down here. So, if the silo is empty, we want to move this down. Because otherwise we're not reading the export count of the last instant. And then that puts us into waiting for import. Is that it? That might have been it, because we were running into a little bit of a limbo of it was sending it directly to import, but the last bits here could have kept it open. I will do wait for import. We make sure that the selected silo is closed. We check the import summary of the device. And we wait for that import to match. And or be higher. If it's higher, that's fine. Right. It is processing. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That works. And that was our iron that was deposited, I'm hoping. Yep. Now it might actually be working. Ooh. Okay. Nice. That finally works. So that'll automatically fill 6 units. Or close to. Yeah. So we need a rocket full of silicon to add to the contents. We need some more iron, we need some copper. Let's copy that out. Let's paste that craziness in here. Okay. That is posted in there as well. I would have gone way more fancy on the counting and way less fancy on the export import. Yeah. It's the difference. The difference in styles / priorities is always entertaining. But yeah, now so this flips around based on whatever it wants requested. So here we are gold and iron, or one or the other. Actually, we want to remove that that debug setting. Just gonna leave that in case, but we are gonna disable it. We need to empty out our waste tank. But now we finally have a vending machine that we can request quantity of specific ore types. Now we just need to actually fill the ore types, but the possibility is there. Which has us with accuracy, which means if we want to smelt iron, we can tell it to, because the vending machine has that request hash. So I can just tell it to do 1 unit of this item. And it goes, okay, I'll send that 1 unit of that item. And that hash value is what we're going to be grabbing from the select target. Unless it is an alloy, in which case we want to push multiples onto the stack and then iterate the request hash over the stack. Which is that third program. Which is essentially going to be just a resource mapping for which items are going to be sent for which alloy. But that is going to be a whole other story. But I'm happy with what we got so far. I would have liked to not have gone through that headache that slowly. If you use export count from the vending machine for those requests, you might overlap clears. It doesn't matter. Because when you use the request hash from the vending machine, it's irrelevant because I'm not using export for the import. I'm just using the import count, and for the request hash, I mean if you use it for wait for delivery, yeah, but that's generally irrelevant since the check is gonna be, is the resources available in the vending machine? And generally speaking, they should always be available there. You kind of need to make sure that they are available. Anywho, the goal is essentially, if they're not available in the vending machine, it prompts an error. But yeah, so using the request hash means I can tell it to just give me iron, and it pops out a stack of iron. And I don't need to use the export count on it. I don't need to fiddle around with the memory on it or anything. I just tell it, give me this item, and it provides that item, assuming it has that item in stock. Which is then passed into the pre-warmer, passed into that furnace. And then so that is what we're going to be building on the next session, which is going to be on Monday. Because there's an all stream tomorrow, because Sunday I am trying to keep it somewhat clear for doing some other stuff. And also kind of weekly planning and whatever else. Yeah, like we're getting stuff up. We're getting hooked up wires. We're getting devices hooked up. We're doing some more coding. And I think by the next session on Monday, we are gonna have some opportunity to get some gas into these pipes. Get that last program up so we can actually request the ore types into the furnaces and just tie this whole thing together. And that's going to be freaking great, because then we can just go, I want, 200 units of silicon, go. And it provides. It'll take a while for it to actually run through the system and do it, but it'll do it automatically. At least that's the hope and dream. And not explode on us. Anywho, it's been 7.5 hours. We can probably find some poor subject to pay a visit to. There's always someone fun online at this time. We're gonna hit someone I'm following. We have someone that needs a little visit. I don't know. I mean, Schwain is always great, doing some Dark and Darker, as per usual. And yeah, you know the drill. I wish you a continued great weekend, and you can find when I'm online next time in the schedule and about page. And until then, take care, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be, and I will catch you on later on.